Hey guys, come on in. I hate to come to you with such bad news. Before we start, let me just say, God, cover these families, cover these firefighters as they are out working to protect people from harm. Yet they came under fire, Heavenly Father. I don't know the outcome. No one knows the outcome right now, Heavenly Father. But I do pray that they make it through, the ones that have been shot and the ones that are probably still under fire. Um, in Jesus' name I pray, amen. Yeah, I'm lost for words. My husband used to be a firefighter. Um, he was in the military also. This is sad. This is sad. So what's happening right now? They think it was some type of ambush that took place, that the fire was intentionally set. This is what they're thinking. This is happening in Idaho. So I'm going to go and listen because I don't know all of what is happening. I saw this pop up and I was like, oh gosh, on a Sunday. Not that any day is better, but on a Sunday, somebody chose to um, attack.
4 people being shot, including 2 unresponsive. But those are unconfirmed details from the scanner. Let me quickly turn on the live scanner for a moment and just see if there's anything on the live scanner.
The 911 call was, not say 911 call, but the call from firefighters that had not been hit. It was just like chills.
I'm going to press play on the live scanner. That's not what I wanted to do. So let me put on the live scanner here and see if we're hearing anything at the moment there. We weren't hearing that much before we went to the replay, but in a moment I'll go back to the replay and I will. One of our viewers just said nothing new on the live scanner. One way DK. By the way, let me thank our moderators for being here. We have Janet B and Sabrina and One Way DK. I believe.
While he's thanking,
on the YouTube chat, the screen names are still messed.
I want to thank y'all for coming in. I know I just had a video, but I want to thank you for coming in. I started to put this on my other channel, TOMMYBITES TV too, but I'm like, no, I'm going to go ahead and put it over here because I still haven't figured out what I'm going to do with that channel over there. But I do appreciate y'all coming in. As you enter, please hit that like button. This is the only way. This lets YouTube know that, hey, she is here. She is giving us information. We want other people to have this information. So hitting that like and sharing the video out does help support the channel. And welcome in if you are new. Welcome back if you are returning.
Names are still messed up. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley moderating for us over on Facebook. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X. Okay, so let me, you know what, give me 2 seconds just to see if I have any other updates. And I do want to go back to the scanner replay because that really gives you some on-the-ground reporting about what was happening. But just give me a moment here and let me just check if I have other reports for you that I can share with updated information. So just hang on a moment here. Again, it's been confirmed from law enforcement that multiple firefighters were shot when they responded to a brush fire. KHQ is reporting, that is a Idaho outlet. They're saying that, hold on a second here. There's ongoing law enforcement activity in the area. I'm not sure right this second if the fire is still burning. I don't have eyes on it. The fire was still going when this incident happened because I didn't play it for you, but shortly before the shooting happened, you could hear traffic on the scanner where the firefighters were getting called to go fight this fire, this new fire. And then they got shot at.
In case he play it, trigger warning.
So I've seen some reports online about the fire still burning, but I can't confirm that right now. Let me also check
in for units here if there's any sort of update. Negative. Setting up a SWAT command post. Locations in the hall. They've got armor on scene. No additional equipment.
Yeah, I saw a report online, but I'm not sure. Oh, hold on a second. I have an update here. Well, I don't know. So there's an unconfirmed report online. I don't know where this information is coming from. So Idaho Tribune online said they heard on the scanner that there were 9 firefighters and 2 police shot, but they said they heard that on the scanner. So what I think we should do, why don't we keep playing the scanner replay and see what we hear? Because it sounds like there's more information on the scanner replay that we haven't heard yet. So I think we should go back to the scanner replay. Let's just play it. I'll periodically check for live updates. But there are unconfirmed reports of multiple shooters. I've seen that posted online. I just don't know about that. Sometimes we cover shootings. I would say it's fairly regular. We cover shootings and we hear about reports of multiple shooters, and it turns out that there's one shooter. So I would be careful with those reports right now. We don't know if it was multiple shooters. And again, so I'm gonna again, there's claims online about what happened, but I don't want to go with unconfirmed claims. And if something is being reported as being on the scanner, I want to hear it from myself. I can't take somebody else's word for it about something being posted on the scanner unless I know them personally. But I'm gonna go back and go.
And that's what I like about his reporting.
Through some more of the replay of the scanner, and we'll see what we hear. But let me. Yeah, and I know a lot of people are messaging in, and I'm doing my best. I can't read every single message at once and do everything at once. So I'm doing now. Some viewers are asking about Travis Decker, who is the man that was missing in
Travis Decker, the one that unalived his 3 children. They're still looking for him.
He was missing. Wasn't he missing in Minnesota? And is still missing. Was it Minnesota? Oh no, what?
I'm sorry, y'all. Hold on.
Sorry, Washington State. I'm sorry, Washington State. Washington State. Travis Decker. Who,
I believe my local man moved off 7.
Travis Decker has been missing for weeks. He is a man law enforcement believes killed his 3 daughters, his 3 young daughters. I've heard nothing to suggest at this point that Travis Decker is associated with this incident. I've heard nothing to suggest that. If I hear it, I'll certainly let you know. He was in middle of Washington area, I believe it was, where he, if I remember that right, where the manhunt was going on for him. So I just don't know. But again, nothing I have heard so far suggests that Travis Decker was involved in this, but he is still missing. He, the area he was in when he went missing was around Leavenworth, which is in central Washington. Okay.
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Is there any station that you'd like us to stage at, or would you rather us go back up north?
All right, I'm making a call right here. We're going to the replay. I think that's going to give us the most information. So I'll try my best to kind of play the replay of the scanner through kind of fast. That's I think the best thing we can do right now. Let me go through the scanner replay and let's see what we hear on the scanner. I can skip through the kind of the dead air parts of the scanner replay, but I think I know there's a lot of unconfirmed reports online about this. We don't have, I'm not seeing confirmed reporting. I'm sorry if I'm missing your messages. I'm doing the best I can. But let's go to the scanner replay and see what's on there. And I'm going to start playing the scanner replay again.
Copy, thank you. This is command posted at lower parking lot for law enforcement.
107, copy. Coming up the dirt road or not, I really need help up here.
Okay, I'm seeing 2310 getting closer to your lot now. I think they're trying to make sure they're watching for the active shooter.
Trigger warning.
Copy that. Tell them I'm up at the upper dirt parking lot. As soon as they make the round corner, they can see
They'll see the Coeur d'Alene engine, the traffic cones are out. I'm right there, and maybe they could pull up and we can get to the Coeur d'Alene firefighters that are hurt.
I copy. You're by the Coeur d'Alene fire engine. They pull up over this, but hopefully you can get to the injured.
Central for BC5. Is there any indication how long until a SWAT team can get here?
Negative.
This is the scanner replay.
52 is level 1.
Engine 3.
I can't read anything. I'm using my headlight to see a mic. Baby's getting worse.
I copy. Can't move anything. Law enforcement's in the area they're trying to get to now.
So that you just heard was somebody who I think was shot.
I got service. I'll call him. Thank you.
Hold on. I believe we just heard on the scanner that's somebody saying, I think they might have said they can't move anything. We just heard the reply saying they can't move anything. So it sounds like that person was shot. I hope that person has gotten help at this point. Now, again, I hope all the firefighters survive. It's a really terrible situation. I don't know I'm just playing the scanner replay here so we can find out what happened. Again, I hope everybody survives. It's a really terrible incident.
307's level 1. I have my SWAT here as well.
Central Medic 1. I'm on scene. I'm going to go ahead and respond to the command post, and I'll be assuming medical group.
There's an active shooter situation up here.
Oh.
So this is an active shooter situation up here.
Oh, Battalion 5. They're asking you not respond up to the scene. Active shooter situation.
Copy. What's the best location?
They're staging at the lower level.
Now,
Copy.
one of our viewers mentioned there might be a press conference coming up on this. Now, the local time there right now is, hang on a moment here.
So while he's doing that and looking for the press conference, let me see if I can find this, what I just found. Oh, goodness. Hold on, y'all. What is this? ABC News. Okay. Let's see if they got any new information. Let me share this. We're going to go back to him. He's going to repeat what he was saying anyway. So let's see if we can find some fresh information. So according to ABC, firefighters were ambushed by, come on now, gunmen while responding to a brush fire in Coeur d'Alene or something like that. Alene, Idaho, somewhere in there. Kootenai County Sheriff's released that statement. The incident unfolded after a small but growing brush fire broke out on Canfield Mountain Sunday afternoon. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, y'all. When I left here, I think I told y'all in the last one that all I saw was smoke when I left here, and y'all know I live in the mountains, but I'm not in Idaho. That just made me think. Anyway, you just never know what's on the other side of something, right? When fire personnel responded to the blaze, they started getting shot at by an unknown person. I'm going to say or persons because we don't know yet, in the woods. Law enforcement is investigating whether the fire could be intentionally set. I think so. The scene is considered an active shooter situation because they haven't found this person and they have a shelter in place in order. So if you are in that area or know someone in that area, it's issued for Canfield Mountain trailhead and the surrounding areas. They're asking you to shelter in place. Y'all lock your doors and grab your you know what to protect your family. Try to keep people in your home together. If something like that were to happen where you are, the same applies for you as well, because we don't know when something gonna break out, when somebody want to attack a certain group or whatever. We just don't know that. So the FBI is assisting authorities with working this. Idaho Governor Brad Little called the incident a heinous direct assault on our brave firefighters. I agree, because they know firefighters aren't carrying weapons like the police would be. It's ridiculous. Multiple heroic firefighters were attacked today while responding, this is the governor, to a fire in North Idaho. I wonder if that's near Good Simple Living, the family that I watch all the time. Well, I know Jeremy is sick because he used to be a police officer, so I know they are protected there, but still it's crazy. Little wrote in a post on Twitter, well, X, I asked all Idahoans to pray for them and their families as we wait to learn more. I agree. We don't know it all yet, and we need to be praying about it for sure. So let's go back over here. While he doing that, let me pull them up on my screen as well. So let me say Fox. I don't see it either. Kootenai. That's how you say it. Kootenai. Home Coast. No, that's not. Um, oh my gosh. Hold on. Trying to find. Let me put him back up.
I can pay
I need to get
because he is
a
there.
news station.
So, but again, I
can't
can't
show
just
all
steal
of
his
his
feed and then
videos
later say,
because
"Hey, by the way, I
taking
stole
his
your feed."
stuff.
How's
Get
that?
copyrighted.
But
Oh,
let me actually try to post in his.
hold on. He's trying to do the same thing I'm trying to do. Find somebody I can get some feed from. Let's see. Says fire full correspondence. is the doggone news covering this? Oh my goodness gracious. I know what I do. I can't find it here, but I probably can find it on TikTok. And I hate going to TikTok, but I'm gonna have to go to TikTok. Now, I don't even know if that's. Oh, this sucks. Oh, y'all. News conference. Okay. Multiple. Spots. I didn't see it. So I'm gonna go ahead on back over to we gonna get this press conference. Okay, I don't want to hear that. Okay, so we got can't find my thing. I got so many browsers open right now, y'all. Y'all would not believe. Okay. I can't find it. I'm gonna show his what. Let me see. I'm just gonna have to take this copyright, y'all. I don't care.
It's in the chat. It's in his chat. I don't see it there. He typed it in the chat.
Do you have any current update?
Here is it.
Vehicle is.
Okay. Yes. Okay. He said I could use his feed. He said we could use his feed. He said we could use it. So I will pay him. I'm going to pay him. All right. Let me get his feed up. Let's get the feed up from BC Preacher. Hang on a moment. I just got to get it on the screen right now. Hold on. I got to get it on the screen for you right now from BC Preacher. Hold on a moment. No, that's not. Hold on a moment.
Let me write it down.
This is his feed. BC Preacher's feed. I'll put a thing. Can't hear it yet.
It's muted.
Stuck or in shock on that mountain. So situation. We are actively taking sniper fire as we speak. This is an active situation. We have multiple agencies that are on scene from local and federal authorities, and we are prepared to neutralize this suspect who is currently actively shooting at public safety personnel. We are prepared to neutralize this suspect as quickly as possible. And that's really all that we know as of right now. We don't know who the suspects are. We don't know how many there are. So I know that it's very, very, very early, and I don't think that any questions would yield anything. Do you have anything? Was I accurate in what we were reporting?
Yes.
So we'll take a couple questions, but I'd like to remind you that's very, very preliminary, and I'm not so sure we're going to have any additional information.
Original KXOY, the 2 deaths, are they fire personnel that have done?
We know that there's 2 deaths, and we believe that they are.
Have they been taken off the mountain? Are they?
Yeah, no, we're still in that process.
Okay, I found it, y'all. I found it where I can show it over here and not have to use that person's feed. Come on, Tommy.
That somebody has
The computer's going so doggone
clear
slow.
shot and is able to
Here it
neutralize,
is.
because they're not at this point in time showing any evidence of wanting to surrender. So as soon as somebody
So do they have them
shot,
cornered
I
is what I
encourage them
want to
to take
know.
that shot and neutralize the threat.
Come on. This computer is kicking my butt. Okay.
Oh yeah, we have our emergency operations. Oh yeah, we have our emergency operations bureau that is containing assets, and whenever a situation goes beyond the local resources, which this has, like I said, we have other counties that are here, we have federal authorities that are here, and we will neutralize this threat.
Sorry, I know we touched on this with the suspects. We know there is at least one, but you said possibly others. Is it coming from multiple different locations that bullets are coming from that might indicate that?
Yes. Oh yeah. Yep. Yep.
So it's coming from not just one.
Yeah, it's what the officers and deputies are reporting up on the mountain right now. So.
Have any officers been hit?
And as of right now, we don't have any officers that have been hit. Okay. Well, I have not gotten a list yet, but however, if, pretty much everybody that's in this region, we have some Spokane resources that are here. We have Marshal's office that is on scene, Bonner County Sheriff's here, Coeur d'Alene Police, of course, is here, Idaho State Police, but we have a multitude of resources right now. So, okay, what we'll do is, Lieutenant Mark Ellis is going to be one of our press relations here, and we'll determine what time we'll do another press conference, or if the next one will just be a press release. So I'm thinking it'll probably be a press conference, and it'll probably be somewhere in the next 3 or 4 hours, unless something significant happens before then. Okay, thank you.
4 hours. I don't know what I'm behind. It's gonna be a late night for me. God dog it. Okay. Let me stop it right there. Y'all, a lot is happening. A lot is happening. But that was the press conference. And I feel like I should have played it. I should have rewinded because he might have said something. Hold on. I gotta go back over here and share it back out. He might have said something before that. Let me go back to the other guy. Let's see. Let's see from the beginning because we didn't see it. Where does he come in at? Right here. This is the press conference. We missed it from the beginning, so I'm playing it back.
Everybody hear me okay?
Yeah.
Sunday, June 29th, approximately 4:30.
Everybody has to get their stuff together, so I'm gonna bring it forward. You gotta get mic'd up. This is horrible. Like, this is just, I don't know, the world we in right now. Okay, are we ready?
Okay. Today is,
Okay, he's doing a mic check.
all right, yes. Oh, okay, all right.
Remove flowers in the body is ready. Okay. It's active, y'all. He on his phone getting messages and then got to come out here and do this when his mind is clearly, with the people in the field. This was really, because they don't have anything. This was a short press conference. He's still in talking. I'm going forward. I'm like, I'm deep in this live.
This afternoon, it was reported that firefighters were receiving shots fired at them. We now have 2 deaths. We have an unknown amount of casualties. We still have civilians that are coming off of that mountain. We might have civilians that are stuck or in shock on that mountain. So this is a very, very fresh situation. We are actively taking sniper fire as we speak. This is an active situation. We have multiple agencies that are on scene, from local and federal authorities, and we are prepared to neutralize this suspect who is currently actively shooting at public safety personnel. We are prepared to neutralize this suspect as quickly as possible. And that's really all that we know as of right now. We don't know who the suspects are. We don't know how many there are. So I know that it's very, very, very early, and I don't think that any questions would yield anything. But Chief, do you have anything? Was I accurate in what we were reporting?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll take a couple of questions, but I'd like to remind you that's very, very preliminary, and I'm not so sure we're going to have any additional information.
But original KXY, the 2 deaths, are they fighter personnel that have died?
We know that there's 2 deaths, and we believe that they are, yes.
Have they been taken off the mountain?
Yeah, no, we're still in that process.
Dan Brown,
They still on the fire, so.
mentioned that there were multiple people that have been shot. Do you have an exact number at
No.
the moment?
Nope, we do not.
How are you going about evacuating or getting personnel out of there who are being shot at? I mean, what does that process look like?
Right now, we're developing a plan to be able to suppress these individuals' firefighting capability. And when we get that under control, when we have an opportunity to suppress that, then we will continue our removing of people who are on the mountain, who are on for a hike, or public safety personnel, or people who live on the backside of the mountain.
Do we have any indication of what type of firearms are being used in this from the suspect?
Well, it appears that modern day sporting rifles are being used. It appears that high-powered rifles are being used, yes. I don't know.
Started out as a hacker.
Do we know about how many minutes after shots were fired the fire crews arrived?
Well, we got the first call at 1:21, and we have reports that they were taking shots at about 2 o'clock. I don't know what time they arrived on scene. I don't know what time the firefighters arrived on scene, but we can get you that information at the next briefing if you'd like.
How many engines were on scene when shots were fired?
3.
be clear.
Oh, wow.
The people who responded, they were wildland firefighters or they were local
It
firefighters?
sounded like he said 3.
City of Coeur d'Alene and 2 fires.
Yes,
When
sir.
the shots were fired, were they at an accelerated rate or was it a single shot?
Oh no, we're taking rapid fire up there in the back.
You keep referring to individuals. Are you referring to the casualties or
Well, we don't know how many suspects are up there, and we don't know how many casualties that there are. Yeah, I suspect we'll have people coming forward that maybe are stuck up there that drove themselves to the hospital, but I suspect that would likely be the case.
We have confirmation that there are people stuck up there.
We people are still coming off the mountain, so it would only be safe to assume that the mountain is not clear.
as of right now, is there an active threat to?
Absolutely, absolutely there is. Yeah.
Has there been a shelter-in-place order put forth?
Yes, there has, and I would encourage all of you to tell people to stay away from the area. Do not come to the area. Stay away from the area. This is going to be, if these individuals are not neutralized quickly, this is going to be likely a multi-day operation.
Dang. That's crazy.
Question, so is the suspect in a home up there? Are they, do we have the indication of where they're
Yeah, we don't believe that they're in a home up there at this time.
So they're just kind of out in the open firing?
Well, they're heavy brush, well prepared, so yeah, they're blending in.
Obviously, this is a person who knows that area, knows the honey holes that they can hide in and still be able to fire off rounds at not just firefighters now, but the police that are there. They're under fire right this moment, which is absolutely insane. Some of these questions are ridiculous, though.
With their surroundings. Go ahead.
Did you mention that the person that called it in is most likely the shooter?
No, no, we didn't say that. We said the first call was at 121 on a fire, and then we started receiving over our radio that the firefighters were receiving shots fired from the mountain.
Sure, has anything happened like this before? And if so, do you and other law enforcement entities will be more aware going forward?
You know, this is an interesting dynamic. This, you know, we have seen some of these things in a urban environment where firefighters were in a urban setting, putting out firefighters during civil disobedience, getting shot at. I've seen that. I can't say that I've seen it in a rural setting myself, but I have seen it in an urban setting frequently where firefighters do get shot at in, you know, civil unrest. Yes.
So do we know if it's one or two shooters?
We don't know. There's 1, 2, 3, or 4. Yeah, we don't know.
Just for the fire itself, firefighting efforts, is it contained? Is it still spreading? What is that?
Well, it's gonna keep burning because we can't put a lot of resources on there right now. But Chief,
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Do we have like a risk of wildfire? Say, is it high winds? Is that going to fuel the fire or anything?
I guarantee you from now on, because in some cities, firemen aren't allowed to go on scene unless there is a cop present. It depends on the area that you're in, of course. I'm sure they never thought that that is what they would need, but from now on, that might be what they do.
We're at a high state right now in wildland, so it'll calm down as the evening progresses, but then it'll pick back up tomorrow. Thank you. Hopefully this is neutralized by then.
Sheriff Norris, how are you feeling about this overall from when you first got the call to just now from what you
You know what? It's going to be the tough next couple hours. Yeah, absolutely. I'm hoping that somebody has a clear shot and is able to neutralize, because they are not at this point in time showing any evidence of wanting to surrender. So as soon as somebody has a clear shot, I encourage them to take that shot and neutralize the threat.
I've seen several life flight helicopters coming in and out. Are there any other air resources that are being used at the moment?
Oh yeah, we have our Emergency Operations Bureau that is containing assets, and whenever a situation goes beyond the local resources, which this has, like I said, we have other counties that are here, we have federal authorities that are here, and we will neutralize this threat.
That's what happened here. Well, not here where I am, but about 20, 30 minutes from me in Hickory. Just a couple of weeks ago, I told y'all about the mass shooting that was here at a party. But I do have the footage. I found it, and I'm going to go to it as soon as this is done, of some of the aerial shots of what's going on at that moment in the panic.
Sorry, I know we touched on this with the suspects. We know there is at least one, but you said possibly others. Is it coming from multiple different locations that bullets are coming from that might indicate that?
Yes. Oh yeah. Yep. Yep.
So it's coming from not just one.
Yeah, it's what the officers and deputies are reporting up on the mountain right now. So.
Have any officers been hit?
As of right now, we don't have any officers that have been hit. Okay.
Can you just confirm?
He's like, I need to go.
Well, I have not gotten a list yet, but however, if pretty much everybody that's in this region, we have some Spokane resources that are here. We have Marshal's office that is on scene. Bonner County Sheriff's here.
FBI.
Coeur d'Alene Police, of course, is here. Idaho State Police, but we have a multitude of resources right now. So, okay, what we'll do is Lieutenant Mark Ellis is going to be one of our press relations here, and we'll determine what time we'll do another press conference, or if the next one will just be a press release. So I'm thinking it'll probably be a press conference.
Okay, so this is where we saw that. So let me pull up this aerial footage here. 1 second. Thank y'all for coming in. I appreciate it. Under these circumstances, though, I'm sorry to share the news. But this is where we are. People are literally losing. I just saw somebody say that I-85 was shut down, I think, in Texas, because a woman had a lawn chair, and she in the middle of traffic on the highway and had a you-know-what to her head. I mean, this ain't good. Oh, that's the wrong one. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. That is the wrong one. I think this is it right here. Oh, no, that's Agenda TV. I just had it. Hold on, y'all. Let's just go to him while I try to find it.
Fairly close to the border with Washington, but it's in Idaho. We have those two flying around. That is on ADSB exchange. Let me also check the Flight Radar 24, just see if they have anything different on that Flight Radar 24. Again, I've turned on, I don't know how much we're going to hear. I can't imagine. Well, my strong suspicion is that the current, my strong suspicion is that the current manhunt is not being broadcast on a live, publicly available scanner, that it's encrypted,
right?
That I wouldn't have access to it through classified. You might hear something about it on the scanner, but I would be shocked at this point if that ongoing manhunt radio traffic was available, via one of these public sites. So, but I'll keep the scanners I have from there on. That's the fire scanner right there. There's also a police scanner. But
You can cancel it.
Let me see if I can find it again while he's doing that. It actually was the one that I was on, but it's in the beginning. Right, here we go.
No, he's with Fred. Yeah.
It's gonna get kind of messed up, and then it's gonna go to the press conference, and I'm gonna click off when it does that.
Okay. Calm yourself. I guess he just told you the same thing he just told you guys. Yeah. Hi. No. It's horrible.
Okay, is he on?
Yeah, I got one landing. Yeah, but they're taking off. I know, I got 2 landing.
Everybody's trying to get the shot, but he's messing up his shot. He got it in his pocket. I think they're doing a press conference. Yeah, they do. Cut him out. And go back over here. And he's just repeating it. Let's go to TikTok and see if there's any new information. And I don't really care for the what other people are saying unless they have the information. I really want the news, but the news really hasn't been other than what we already got. Let's see, what's this? Oh, sorry, I thought I was just sharing. I'm about to mess up like I did in the last video.
Cordia Delene, just a. All right, you guys. So we have an emergency. We are monitoring breaking news reports of an active shooter situation in Idaho. The Shoshone County Sheriff's Office saying they're dealing with a shooting suspect in the city of Cordia Delene, just a half hour from Spokane, Washington. Idaho Governor Brad Little calling this an attack on firefighters. Posting on X, quote, multiple heroic firefighters were attacked today while responding to a fire in North Idaho. This is a heinous direct assault on our brave firefighters. I ask all Idahoans to pray for them and their families as we wait to learn more. Teresa and I are heartbroken as the situation is still developing. Please stay clear from the area to allow law enforcement and firefighters to do their jobs. Additionally, county officials ordering a shelter in place in that county. The county's emergency management telling people to avoid the area due to, quote, law enforcement activity. A Coeur d'Alene, a city council member telling News Nation that the city is working on releasing a statement with more information. Of course, we will keep you posted as soon as we learn more, but we are tracking this. The breaking news, it appears shots fired on firefighters in Idaho. We are monitoring breaking news.
Helicopter overseeing where the gunman is.
Breaking news out of Idaho. Dozens of firefighters were.
This is breaking news. So this is just one of those stories that doesn't even feel real at first.
Right.
Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. I'm sure I pronounced that wrong. Firefighters showed up to handle what looks like a routine brush fire. And then shots rang out. Multiple firefighters were hit. Some reports say law enforcement officers were wounded too. Now here's where it gets darker. Locals are saying...
Let me stop right there. That is not true so far. And hopefully it stays that way. We just heard the sheriff say that none of their officers have been hit. But multiple firefighters have been hit. 2 are unalive. So I just wanted to correct that.
It might not have been random. There's talk that fire could have been set on purpose as a trap, just to get first responders on the scene. The Kootenai County Sheriff's Office confirmed it's an active shooter situation and told the public to steer clear of Canfield Mountain area entirely. No names, no suspect info, no arrests, at least not yet. Eyewitnesses described hearing dozens of shots. First responders had to pull back, leaving the fire burning for safety reasons. That's how chaotic this has become. It's hard to wrap your head around. Firefighters getting gunned down while doing their job. That crosses a line that should never be crossed.
I totally agree.
Central BC 5, Central.
Okay, so this guy has the scanner call. So I'm going to say trigger warning. I got goosebumps up and down my arm right now. Like I said, my husband was military. He also was a firefighter. And I know a lot of firemen because of that. But even if I didn't, the fact that that's a vulnerable situation, because already their adrenaline is pumping when they're going to a fire. How big is the fire? You know, how are we going to maintain this? You know, all of those things. And of course, keeping themselves alive when you're dealing with wildfire. We just had firemen that were rushed to the hospital with heat exhaustion because of the heat wave we're in right now and fighting a fire. I don't think you think that in a rural area in the woods or whatever, this is what you're going to run into. But the fact that they did, and I'm pretty sure the fear of it all, they're going to need a lot of counseling. Everybody involved is going to need a lot of counseling.
BC5. BC5 up 6. Some law enforcement right now. There's an active shooter zone. They're shot. BC3's down. BC1's down. Everybody shot up here. Law enforcement. Code 3 now up here. 551, 10 or 14 up here. Stop. Get out of the way. 10 or 14. Answer push 551. Do not come up here. 51 copies. Remaining staging. Central from 551.
551.
You get an ETA on life flight, please? What? You're busy. You see what life flight has to offer, go ahead and get it started. Also, if you can do enact the MPI for the county, please.
Sorry, I couldn't copy. I was copying BC.
This is crazy.
This is at the upper parking lot. This is at the upper parking lot. Up on the dirt parking lot. We need law enforcement up here immediately. Law enforcement up here immediately.
Copy upper parking lot. Immediately out law enforcement.
Go. Another Coeur d'Alene firefighter down. Needs help immediately. We need law enforcement immediately.
I copy another firefighter down. Continuing law enforcement. I copy. 2 battalion chiefs. 1 off. 1 firefighter down.
Central BC 5. Central BC 5.
BC 5 up 6.
Some law enforcement right now. There's an active shooter zone. They're shot. BC3's down. BC1's down. Everybody shot up here. Law enforcement. Code 3 now up here.
Y'all, this is crazy.
Then immediately up here, we've got 2 unresponsive battalion chiefs, gunshot wounds, multiple gunshot wounds. 2 Coeur d'Alene firefighters are down.
I copy. 2 unresponsive battalion chiefs. Law enforcement getting there as quickly as they can.
We need law enforcement to get up here. We could possibly get the 2 wounded out. I'm pinned down behind Battalion 1's rig. It's clear to me that this fire was set intentionally to draw us in. Then immediately up here, we've got 2 unresponsive battalion chiefs, gunshot wounds, multiple gunshot wounds. 2 Coeur d'Alene firefighters are down.
I copy. 2 unresponsive battalion chiefs. Law enforcement getting there as quickly as they can.
We need law enforcement to get up here. We could possibly get the 2 wounded out. I'm pinned down behind Battalion 1's rig. It's clear to me that this fire was set.
So they didn't even, some of them didn't even get out from behind the, that's why I was playing it again. Didn't even get out from behind the engine. Listen, God, please cover these people. It's some crazy people out here. And I hate to say the word crazy, but it is what it is. Oh, Lord Jesus, here we go.
Breaking news out of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Multiple firefighters have been shot in Idaho after responding to some kind of brush fire. And right now, there's a shelter-in-place warning put out in Idaho in certain areas. So let's go ahead and break it down. This happened in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. And right now, there is a shelter-in-place order for areas such as Canfield Mountain Trailhead, that area of that town. In an official announcement, they said here that the county deputies are asking residents to avoid the area and that according to the chief, Pat Riley, firefighters were reportedly shot while responding to a brush fire in the area of East Nettleton Gulch Road. Adding later, quote, active shooter at Canfield Mountain. Injuries are reported, but the extent is unknown. Avoid the area. Because of shots fired, crews had to pull themselves away from the brush fire, though right now they're back to fighting some of it. With Chief Riley later saying, my immediate reaction was completely heartbroken. We trained for this. You never want to see it in your own community. I'll be sure to keep you guys updated, so please do share my videos and follow me for more.
Yeah, please do share my videos too. This is just all the way around messed up. Let's see if anything new happened, because everybody's repeating. We're all repeating the same thing because there's no new information. Let's see if Fox got something. I don't know. They might not have anything new either, but we're going to see what Fox got. Let me mute him. I'm going to be up for a while, y'all. So I'm sorry. I'm not trying to keep y'all. It's not just like some people say, oh, you're just trying to get a view. No, this is like real life stuff that's happening and it's affecting people. I don't know what that person's reason is, because there should never be a reason to do what they're doing right now. Okay, is that Fox? Yeah. Let's see what they got.
Police are asking people to avoid this area, and a press conference is scheduled for later this hour. We will bring you any new updates as we get them.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here.
Okay. This is, let's see. Oh man, what did I do with that video? Oh, you know what? I know what I did with it. Hold on for a second. I didn't open up a new browser. That's what I did with it. Here we go. Now I gotta pull it back up. This is KTV. Here we go. I don't think he has anything.
And you can hear what was on it, and maybe I'll try to forward. We didn't get all the way through last time, So so I'm going to try to kind of skip through
So he's waiting for more information to come in. Also, so what he said he was going to do was replay a lot of the scanner information, and where there's blanks, space, just dead space, he would skip through it. So I'm gonna let him play, and while he's doing that, I'm gonna be looking for stuff on my phone that I can hopefully find. But right now, y'all, this is just, it's active, it's ongoing. This is not the first time though, like the sheriff said, it's not the first time it's happened with firefighters. Matter of fact, I had accidentally pulled
and
it.
I will leave the live scanner on. So, you know, but at a certain point, you might hear two scanners. Replay of scanner traffic. And you might hear a little live scanner too if it happens.
Units information per Central. They were just asking us to cover the areas from Hayden down along Spirit Lake.
All right, so I'm putting up on the screen, playing now, replay of scanner traffic, but I also do have the live scanner on. So if we hear something interesting on the live scanner, I will certainly let you know. You're looking at a flight radar from adsbexchange.com, where you can go to the flight radar on adsbexchange.com. That is a Spokane County Sheriff's Office helicopter at the moment flying around in the area. Hold on a second here. All right, here is the replay. I gotta try to cue it up to the right place.
No, I'm on scene. I'm gonna go ahead and respond to the command post. Copy. What's this?
At this point in the replay, the firefighters have shown up to fight this fire, and then all of a sudden they report getting shot at, which I think is right around here. But let me try to cue it up for you.
Central, can you get a hold of Brush 551? Have him make sure everyone's getting away as farther away from that parking lot, that lower Prairie Cave parking
hold
lot.
on. It's before,
I'm not
it's
100% sure that.
It's before that. It's before that. That was too late. So I need to get it. Here is it? Let's see. Let me try to find it exactly.
I need you to respond to Station 3 and.
Right, that's not it. Is this it?
Central 911 on Ops 3. 971.
I copy on scene. Patient on the ground.
Central 11 on Sim 4.
That's not it.
Central 911 face contact yet. Can't go command from Evacuations. We're looking. 10 to 14 and 8. Can't go command BC5 on off. Central BC5.
BC5.
I'm going to head up the road here and see if I can make physical contact with them.
I will be loaded. Deputies, you're just wondering. Incoming side calls on F1.
Rush 551 from BC5. Why don't you guys go ahead and head up here at engine 10 to 14 5 from Suppress Group when you rendezvous.
Out of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho tonight, deputies believe at least 2 firefighters are dead after being ambushed by a shooter. This happened as crews were responding to a brush fire this afternoon. A news conference just wrapped up, but the sheriff says the shooting is still active and they could be looking for multiple people. King 5's Maddie White is live in the newsroom with what we're learning tonight. Maddie.
Madison, multiple firefighters and law enforcement personnel are actively being attacked by snipers in Coeur d'Alene right now. That's according to Kootenai County Sheriff Robert Norris. 2 people believed to be firefighters are dead, according to Norris, but he says he anticipates more casualties as potential victims come down the mountain and arrive at the hospital. He says officials are taking rapid fire up on Canfield Mountain right now. It's a brush-filled area just north of Lake Coeur d'Alene. It all started at 1:30 this afternoon with reports of a wildfire burning on that mountain. And when Kootenai County Fire responded, gunfire erupted.
Stay away from the area. This is going to be, if these individuals are not neutralized quickly, this is going to be likely a multi-day operation.
FBI assets are headed to the scene to provide tactical and operational support, according to a statement made by the FBI's deputy director. Stay with King 5 as we continue monitoring this. I'm Maddie White. Madison, back to you.
Should I keep losing it? Oh, I keep losing it. Give me 1 second. I got another one. I'm finding stuff on my phone and then I'm like, how's it move? Oops. This one.
News reports of an active shooter situation in Idaho. The Shoshone County Sheriff's Office saying they're dealing with a shooting suspect in the city of Coeur d'Alene, just a half hour from Spokane, Washington. Idaho Governor Brad Little calling this an attack on firefighters. Posting on X, quote, multiple heroic firefighters were attacked today while responding to a fire in North Idaho. This is a heinous direct assault on our brave firefighters. I ask all Idahoans to pray for them and their families as we wait to learn more. Teresa and I are heartbroken as the situation is still developing. Please stay clear from the area to allow law enforcement and firefighters to do their jobs. Additionally, county officials ordering a shelter in place in that county. The county's emergency management telling people to avoid the area due to, quote, law enforcement activity. A Coeur d'Alene, a city council member telling News Nation that the city is working on releasing a statement with more information. Of course, we will keep you posted as soon as we learn more, but we are tracking this. The breaking news, it appears shots fired on firefighters in Idaho.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and down.
Okay, so we have to be very, very cautious about this because what's going to happen is probably copycat situations or just someone saying, oh, well, I've been wanting to do that anyway and trying to do it. And you don't know if you're going to be caught in the crossfire of the things that's taking place. So, we got to be very, very cautious about where we are, keeping our head on the swivel, staying alert for things. We're living in trying times right now.
I'm not having any response from the battalion chief. They're above me inside.
I think that might be the voice of the person who had been shot, so I want to forward through.
Anybody around me? That
yeah, the person's asking for help.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll forward past that.
Vehicle. Then immediately up here, we've got 2 unresponsive battalion chiefs, gunshot wounds, multiple gunshot wounds. 2 Coeur d'Alene firefighters are down.
I thought there are 2 unresponsive battalion chiefs. One person's getting there as quickly as they can.
We need law enforcement to get up here. We could possibly get the 2 wounded out. I'm pinned down behind Battalion 1's rig. It's clear to me that this fire was set intentionally to draw us in.
I copy. Do you want Wi-Fi to launch?
Play that again.
I copy. Do you want Wi-Fi to launch?
Hold on. Playing this again.
Behind Battalion 1's rig. It's clear to me that this fire was set intentionally to draw us in.
So that is one of the firefighters on the scanner saying the fire was set intentionally to draw them in. Secretary of Homeland Defense Kristi Noem just posted, and Secretary of Department of Homeland Defense, and she just said, Kristi Noem, DHS Secretary, the DHS is actively monitoring the scene in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Pray for Idaho's first responders. Justice will be served. Some people in the chat are claiming that 4 are dead. I have seen no confirmed report whatsoever of 4 people being dead. There was a press conference about 45 minutes.
No one has said anything about 4. They haven't come back out with any new news, so I don't know why people do that. Don't put death on people that you don't have to put death on. There are 2 unalive right now. There may be more, but that has not come out in the news as far as the sheriff is concerned, or the representative that he's going to have deal with the press. So 2 are unalived at the present moment that we know of, but multiple have been injured, and they are still getting rapid gunfire. Apparently this person had this planned. They had a lot of ammo. They're using a high-powered weapon, one of those high-powered shotguns that has that really nice scope on it that you should be, hunting with maybe, but not hunting people. This is crazy. And now it's going to get even crazier with people putting false information out there. So that's probably why I'm still on here.
Start dispatching 4 ambulances and any available fire engines. We're going to have them staged at 15th and Nettleton Gulch. I'm out.
Copy, staged at 15th and Nettleton Gulch.
Central Medic 13th en route. Central Medic 32 is en route.
Roger, I couldn't copy.
Medic 32 is en route to the wildland fire to the staging area. Open.
Copy, 15th and Nettleton, thank you.
Central Medic 52, same traffic. Get down. You'll go away. Get a half a mile away. Sets on that parking lot. They need to stay there and make sure no one else comes up here. Not Department of Lands, no one.
Copy, deputy.
Enforcement desperately up here.
That's the voice of the person who I think was shot, so I'm going to skip over that voice.
Central Medic 13 is en route to the wildland fire for staging.
Copy, Medic 13 en route to the staging zone, 15th and Nettleton Gulch.
Command tender 12, level 1 staged.
Central copy.
We're near this up here. We have an active shooter location. BC3 is down. BC1 is down. Corpsman Engine 3 officer and engineer are pinned down and wounded. I'm pinned down by BC1's rig. Do not come up here. We need law enforcement up here immediately.
So that, again, I believe they might have said more people shot later. That was a point early on the scanner where he seemed to say that 4 people had been shot. I think he said BC, which would be maybe battalion commander. I'm not sure. But earlier, I think he had said 2 battalion commanders were down and unresponsive. But again, at that point, it sounded like there were 4 down at that point. Again, I think maybe later in the scanner they mentioned more, but I haven't listened all the way through.
We're near this up here. We have an active shooter location. BC3 is down. BC1 is down. Corpsman Engine 3 officer and engineer are pinned down and wounded. I'm pinned down by BC1's rig. Do not come up here. We need law enforcement up here immediately.
Fire 173 in the area. Do not respond in.
Right, hold on. I think we have live scanner traffic. I think we're hearing something on the live scanner. Let me make sure. I'm not hearing anything else. I have the live scanners on. We're not hearing much on the live scanners. Probably.
34 Central, you monitoring officers?
What commonly happens in these situations is once there's like a manhunt underway, you don't hear it on the publicly available scanner anymore. So we're not going to hear, check behind that tree. I'm on the other tree. So cover me while I go behind that tree. You're not going to hear that kind of stuff. They're not going to put that on.
Yeah, because you don't know if the person has a scanner. Obviously, they're prepared for war the way it sounds. It could be one person. It could be many.
Via broadcastify.com, the part I'm playing you right now.
2 battalion chiefs down. 2 officers injured.
Hold on. I think
Just
actually,
information, Worley Fire is advising us that they have staffing available to come assist with Coeur d'Alene stations if needed.
that's all live right now. That's live scanner. So let me let the live talk before I play the replay again.
Copy, I'll pass along to the battalion chief.
Copy, thank you.
And I'll keep checking for updates as well. This is all. So this is just we're hearing some live scanner traffic right now, but we really haven't heard that much on the live scanner lately. Okay, let me. Hold on a second. Christy, the Agriculture Secretary posted. The Secretary of Agriculture posted.
On 1K.
Brooke Rollins. And let me show you what she said.
I'm not sure if you're aware, but we're staffed with ALS unit. Medic 53 is in service and available for call.
That's live scanner you're hearing right now.
Copy, thank you.
The Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins, said, "I just spoke with Governor Little about the horrific attack on firefighters on our U.S. Forest Service land in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. U.S. Forest Service land, I guess this is. We are praying for the victims and their families and will provide an update as more information becomes available." Okay. Let me let's listen to a bit more of the hang on, of the replay of the scanner. All right, so we're going to go back to the scanner replay so you can hear more of what was happening earlier in the situation.
In the area, do not respond in. 2 battalion chiefs down. 2 officers injured.
All right, so this is all replay right here. You're about to hear.
Do not respond in. 2 battalion chiefs down. 2 officers injured.
Central from BC5, where's law enforcement? Where's law enforcement?
Law enforcement is in the area trying to make contact. They have FS19 and 2310 in the area.
Central, tell them to come up the dirt road, and I'm at the upper parking lot. I need help at the upper parking lot. Go past the first parking lot, upper parking lot. I need law enforcement up here immediately.
I copy past the first lot, up the dirt road.
Central 107. Central 107 on off one.
Chief 107.
I'll take care of staging. Can you just find me an off channel for units responding in?
Copy. BC5 is talking on off 3. I am ready to copy.
We'll use off 1 for units responding in to come stage. I'll take care of staging.
Copy, thank you. There's a command post at the lower parking lot for law enforcement.
107 copies. Coming up the dirt road or not, I really need help up here.
You hear the firefighters keep asking for help because we heard them call in that all of a sudden they started getting shot at.
Hey, Tom, I'm seeing 2310 getting closer to your lot now. I think they're trying to make sure they're watching for the active shooter.
I'm still searching for some stuff.
Copy that. Tell them I'm up at the upper dirt parking lot. As soon as they make the round corner, they can see. They'll see the Coeur d'Alene engine. The traffic cones are out. I'm right there, and maybe they could pull up and we can get to the Coeur d'Alene firefighters that are hurt.
See, at that point, they're talking about getting to some of the firefighters who were hurt. From the press conference, it sounded like possibly that they hadn't brought the firefighters down, or at least some of them who'd been shot down, because it's such a dangerous area up there.
I got you. By the Coeur d'Alene fire engine, they pull up over there, so hopefully you can get to the injured.
Oh, we just saw that one. I thought that was a different one I was about to show you.
52 level 1.
No updates.
I think that's the voice of somebody who'd been shot, so I want to skip that over on the replay.
I copy. Can't move anything. Law enforcement's in the area. They're trying to get to you now.
Hear that? So she said, can't move anything. Law enforcement's in the area. They're trying to get to you now. It's really sad.
307's level 1. I have my SWAT here as well. Central Med 1.
Let's listen to the press conference again in case someone just came in and did not see the press conference. Oh, Lord. Hold on.
This, you know, we have seen some of these things in a urban environment where firefighters were in a urban setting, putting out firefighters during civil disobedience, getting shot at. I've seen that. I can't say that I've seen it in a rural setting myself, but I have seen it in an urban setting frequently where firefighters do get shot at in, you know, civil unrest, yes.
So do we know if it's 1 or 2 shooters?
We don't know if there's 1, 2, 3, or 4. Yeah, we don't know.
So just for the fire itself, firefighting efforts, is it contained? Is it still spreading? What does that look like?
Well, it's gonna keep burning because we can't put a lot of resources on there right now. But Chief,
No, we won't put any resources out there until the threat is neutralized.
Do we have like a risk of wildfire? Say, is it high winds? Is that going to fuel the fire or anything? Or is it...
We're at a high state right now in wildland, so it'll calm down as the evening progresses, but then it'll pick back up tomorrow.
Thank you.
Hopefully this is neutralized.
Sheriff Norris, how are you feeling about this overall from when you first got the call to just now and what you
you know what? I it's going to be the tough next couple hours. Yeah, absolutely. I'm hoping that somebody has a clear shot and is able to neutralize, because they are not at this point in time showing any evidence of wanting to surrender. So as soon as somebody has a clear shot, I encourage them to take that shot and neutralize the threat.
I've seen several life flight helicopters coming in and out. Are there any other air resources that are being used at the moment?
Oh yeah, we have our Emergency Operations Bureau that is containing assets, and whenever a situation goes beyond the local resources, which this has, like I said, we have other counties that are here, we have federal authorities that are here, and we will neutralize this threat.
So I know we touched on this with the suspects. You know, we know there is at least one, but you said possibly others. Is it coming from multiple different locations that bullets are coming from that might indicate that
Yes.
it is
Oh yeah.
one
Yep.
suspect?
Yep.
So it's coming from not just one.
Yeah, it's what the officers and deputies are reporting up on the mountain right now. So
Have any officers been hit?
as of right now, we don't have any officers that have been hit. Okay.
Can you just confirm, list all the law enforcement authorities that are here on scene?
Well, I have not gotten a list yet, but however, if, I mean, pretty much everybody that's in this region, we have some Spokane resources that are here. We have Marshal's office that is on scene, Bonner County Sheriff's here, Coeur d'Alene Police, of course, is here, Idaho State Police, but we have a multitude of resources right now, so. Okay, what we'll do is Lieutenant Mark Ellis is going to be one of our press relations here, and we'll determine what time we'll do another press conference, or if the next one will just be a press release. So I'm thinking it'll probably be a press conference, and it'll probably be somewhere in the next 3 or 4 hours, unless something significant happens before then. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Calculating savings for Byberg Insurance.
Oh, 1 second.
Idaho, where at least one active shooter has ambushed firefighters. The dangerous situation
unfolding in Coeur d'Alene after a brush fire broke out on Canfield Mountain this afternoon. When firefighters arrived, someone opened fire on them from the woods. We now know at least 2 people have been killed, and there are apparently civilians who may be stuck on the mountain. Investigators are looking into whether the fire could have been set intentionally in order to lure first responders to the scene. A shelter-in-place order has been issued for the area, and the fire is apparently growing. Multiple agencies are on the scene, including the FBI. They say they continue to take sniper fire. Governor Brad Little issued a statement calling this, quote, a heinous direct assault on our brave firefighters and saying multiple heroic firefighters were attacked.
Oh, man. Hold on, let me share back out where we were. As per usual, I accidentally deleted. It's been a long day, y'all. It's been a long day. I was not expecting to be here right now. Let me pull it up first and foremost. Then I can share it. Okay. Oh, that was 22 minutes ago. That was the press conference. We just saw that. What in the world is this? While we waiting on news for that, I just saw this. Atlanta underwater yesterday. Were the storms that bad? I'm gonna go here while I'm. Oh, hold on. I was making sure that was a new video. It said 1 day ago. I didn't even know that happened. Let me just look at it real quick while I'm trying to find this other video about these firefighters. This is crazy. Fires and floods. Oh my. Y'all know where that come from.
Floodwaters began swallowing Interstate 75 just after 7 o'clock this evening. In a matter of minutes, exit ramps leading to Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport transformed into swift-moving urban streams. With rainfall rates nearing 3 inches per hour, vehicles stalled in water reaching 2 feet deep. A flash flood warning remains in effect until 11:45 p.m., and airport ground operations are paused until at least 11 p.m.
Now, how many of us ignore flash flood warnings when they come on our phone or weather radio, if you have a weather radio? And if you don't, please get one. But typically your phone will let you know while you're out and about there's a flash flood warning. And we just kind of swipe it away.
Authorities work to prevent stranded planes and stalled cars on submerged taxiways and access roads.
I may not make it out up here. Wish me luck. Look at that.
Deeper into metro Atlanta, radar shows deep pockets of precipitation stretching across Fulton, DeKalb, Clayton, Cobb, Cherokee, Forsyth, and Gwinnett counties. By 8:36 p.m., flood warnings were flashing around Atlanta, Decatur, Forest Park, College Park, Grant Park, and communities adjacent to the airport. Creeks and rivers that feed city drains, Peachtree Creek, South River, Camp Creek, and parts of the Chattahoochee, have burst their banks, spilling into neighborhoods and submerging streets, underpasses, and low-lying thoroughfares. First responders are actively engaged in rescue operations. Emergency services received multiple calls from motorists trapped in rapidly rising water. In one incident, a vehicle was caught by surprise near a low underpass. Water rose fast enough to enter the vehicle and strand occupants. rescuers waded into chest-high currents to bring them to safety. The common advice echoes through every channel. Turn around, do not drown. What seems like a shallow puddle can disable a car within seconds and trap its engine forever.
Exclusive footage, TikTok. It's raining so hard in Atlanta, Georgia right now. Look at that car.
Meanwhile,
Wow. That's crazy, y'all. That's absolutely crazy. Let's see if we got any new information. I haven't seen any pop up, to be honest with you. I have not seen any pop up. Yeah,
A number of our viewers are mentioning.
Go over to Agenda Free TV and subscribe for this information, because I'm not always doing these stories so that you can stay up to date on stuff.
Travis Decker. I have heard no information that this is Travis Decker. Yeah, so Travis Decker is a man who police have been looking for in Washington State for several weeks. He is accused of shooting and I don't know about shooting, of killing his 3 young daughters. And there's a manhunt for him. This was in central Washington State. Now, Idaho is next to Washington State. I have heard no information yet suggesting that Travis Decker did this. If I will let you know. But right now, there's nothing other than the fact that Travis Decker there's a manhunt going on for him. There's no other reporting suggesting this is Travis Decker.
But wouldn't it be something if this person is the person? Because, I mean, after all, if you can take the lives of your 3 daughters, what's a firefighter to you?
If I hear something otherwise,
allegedly,
I will certainly let you know. This helicopter is searching for the suspects, or suspects, but you can see where that helicopter is flying around on Flight Radar 24. In spite of the fact that people in the chat keep claiming that it has been confirmed that 4 people died, I have not seen any reliable source on that anywhere. All of the reporting I have seen says 2 dead. If I see anything else, I'll let you know. Those numbers, of course, they're very, the official death toll could certainly go higher, but that is the latest reliable reporting I have heard. All right, I'm going to play a bit more of the replay from the scanner right now. So trying to bring you live updates. We have the live scanner on. We're not really hearing much on the live scanner. What I could do, would people like me, the press conference was not that long. I could replay the press conference.
I'm not going to watch that because I just did it on my own channel. But, I mean, there's no real new news out here, just a lot of repeating.
Emergency shelter is in place. We do have a reporter on
Let me see. Hold on.
Behind the camera here, you can see that.
Oh, let me take you to this. I found this. I'm looking for stuff I have not seen, but it is what it is. No one has
that area.
information. Let me back it up.
Some breaking news out of Coeur d'Alene happening right now. Emergency personnel and law enforcement are responding to a major emergency. We are working right now to confirm what is being broadcast on the scanner, which is that fire crews responding to a wildfire were ambushed and shot. And while we don't typically report scanner information, reporters in the area are seeing wildfire smoke in the area of East Nettleton Gulch Road and 15th. And you can see that area marked out on your map there. Right now, we do know an emergency shelter is in place. We do have a reporter on the scene there. Hunter Bertram behind the camera here. You can see that massive police response in front of him. Hunter, if you can hear us here, walk us through what's going on, what you know so far out there.
Yeah, hi Jordan. I'm out here at Kootenai Health in Coeur d'Alene, probably about 10 minutes from that developing situation off of Canfield Mountain Trailhead, Nettleton Gulch Road, which Kootenai County Emergency Management just issued. If you are in that area, you need to shelter in place, and you are asked to avoid the area as this developing situation is taking place. You can see at my camera right now, those two folks that are actually walking towards me had just dropped off waters, granola bars. There's dozens of law enforcement, fire personnel. You can also see a little bit, emergency staff here at the hospital awaiting possible patients for getting them help, getting them treatment. I've been here about 30 minutes, and more people have been arriving with law enforcement personnel. As you said, we don't have much information confirmed right now, but I can see from where I'm standing a large plume of smoke in that area on Canfield Mountain Trailhead. And that's kind of what we're monitoring right now from the situation here. I'm going to just swivel my camera. Hopefully you can see that smoke just pluming above these trees right here. It's really showing above East Coeur d'Alene, just a large plume. And I know we had just seen tons of different EMS vehicles coming to the hospital, leaving the hospital. I haven't seen any patients myself get out of any of the emergency vehicles, as there are still many first responders just here ready to take in any possible patients that have been injured right now in Jordan. Just a really developing and really intense situation you can see here at Kootenai Health. And again, we're working to get information. It's a very critical scene right now, and we're just trying to get accurate and credible information before we tell you at home.
Absolutely, and certainly based on the scanner traffic, a very unprecedented situation potentially unfolding there. Hunter, thank you. And we will go back to a live look at that scene. Again, emergency responders staged at Kootenai Health. At least one medical helicopter has responded to the area. Again, we have a team on the ground there that's seen law enforcement in the area flying down the street, responding, heading to the scene. We saw SWAT on I-90 on the way out there. And again, you can just see on that picture in front of you the massive police response to that area. We'll have our reporters on the ground for the duration of this incident to try to get the most up-to-date information we can. This is a very rapidly developing story. We will be updating as we get more information. We will be on the air here at 5 and 6 o'clock.
We do have our Regan Gal. We do have our Regan Gallo there. She just left a press conference.
I wanted to make sure I unmuted myself. I was trying to eat. I just fixed my food. Now I'm eating cold food, y'all. But that's okay.
Where Kootenai County Sheriff Bob Norris gave an update on this situation. Regan, tell us more about where you are right now and what you've been able to confirm.
Hey, Tim. Yeah, I am in Coeur d'Alene right now near Cherry Hill Park, or in Cherry Hill Park, I should say, right under Canfield Mountain. And yes, around 1:20 this afternoon, local law enforcement received reports of a fire, which then they responded to. And at around 2 p.m., those firefighters did receive shots fired at them. And like you said, 2 of those deaths we have been able to confirm, but there's still an unknown amount of casualties. I'm looking down at my phone, just being transparent, because I want to make sure I get all those notes in here that I have from that press conference from Sheriff Norris just moments ago. But he said they were actively taking sniper fire as they were trying to respond. Multiple agencies are on scene. This is still an active scene, and they will still be active until they're able to neutralize the suspect or suspects. And while this is still going on, that fire still is burning because they are trying to find the suspects or maybe more. Now, there's also hikers still trying to come down the mountain as well. So there's just a lot going on right now. And
I didn't even think about the hikers, because people be hiking all the time in the mountains. I've only done it once personally. Now I know I don't want to do it again.
Local law enforcement is asking to stay away from the area. Again, I am at the Cherry Hill Park area right under Canefield Mountain, where this is still an active scene. So a lot is going on. I think we're going to be here for a while, but yeah, it's pretty devastating, pretty sad, and there's still a lot to be discovered.
What makes Zaxby's giant chicken finger quesadilla so...
Oh my goodness. That was the press conference. I'm not gonna do that one again. Hold on. Well, he's doing it too. It's just nothing else out there.
We want to give you and the public as much information as quickly as possible. So at approximately 1:21 p.m. this afternoon, we received reports of a fire on the east side of Canfield Mountain. Fire assets responded to the scene, and at approximately 2 p.m. this afternoon, it was reported that firefighters were receiving shots fired at them. We now have 2 deaths. We have an unknown amount of casualties. We still have civilians that are coming off of that mountain. We might have civilians that are stuck or in shock on that mountain. So this is a very, very fresh situation. We are actively taking sniper fire as we speak. This is an active situation. We have multiple agencies that are on scene from local and federal authorities, and we are prepared to neutralize this suspect who is currently actively shooting at public safety personnel. We are prepared to neutralize this suspect as quickly as possible. And that's really all that we know as of right now. We don't know who the suspects are. We don't know how many there are. So I know that it's very, very, very early, and I don't think that any questions would yield anything. But Chief, do you have anything? Was I accurate in what we were reporting?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll take a couple of questions, but I'd like to remind you that's very, very preliminary, and I'm not so sure we're going to have any additional information.
Okay, so why the 2 deaths, are they fire personnel that have done?
We know that there's 2 deaths, and we believe that they are, yes.
Have they been taken off the mountain? Or?
Yeah, no, we're still in that process.
Ian Brown, Crime 2. You mentioned that there were multiple people that have been shot. Do you have an exact number at the moment?
Nope. Okay. We do not.
Alex, I have the spokesman. How are you going about evacuating people from the mountain or getting personnel out of there who are being shot at? I mean, what is that process like?
Right now, we're developing a plan to be able to suppress these individuals' firefighting capability. And when we get that under control, when we have an opportunity to suppress that, then we will continue our removing of people who are on the mountain, who are on for a hike, or public safety personnel, or people who live on the backside of the mountain.
Do we have any indication of what type of firearms are being used in this from the suspect?
Well, it appears that modern day sporting rifles are being used. It appears that high-powered rifles are being used, yes.
How many acres is this fire?
I don't know.
Started out as a hazard.
Do we know about how many minutes after shots were fired when fire crews arrived?
Well,
We got the first call at 1:21, and we have reports that they were taking shots at about 2 o'clock. I don't know what time they arrived on scene. I don't know what time the firefighters arrived on scene, but we can get you that information at the next briefing if you'd like.
How many engines were on scene when shots were fired?
When one main said yes, it's a pinch me moment. I went through lenders and I just would get denied almost instantly. When I drove off the lot, I smiled the whole way home.
Thank you.
And just to be clear, the people who responded, they were wildland firefighters or they were local firefighters fighting a wildland firefighter?
City of Coeur d'Alene and Kootenai Fire Rescue.
Yes,
when
sir.
the shots were fired, were they at an accelerated rate or was it a single shot?
Oh no, we're taking rapid fire up there. In the back.
You keep referring to individuals. Are you referring to the casualties, or like do you have a suspects you believe to be?
Well, we don't know how many suspects are up there, and we don't know how many casualties that there are. Yeah, I suspect we'll have people coming forward that maybe are stuck up there that drove themselves to the hospital, but I suspect that would likely be the case.
Do we have confirmation that there are people stuck up there?
People are still coming off the mountain, so it would only be safe to assume that the mountain is not clear.
I would hope that whoever's coming off the mountain, though, that's not injured, that, you know, they're kind of keeping track of those folk, you know, that the shooter doesn't blend in with people that are trying to evacuate that area. Just something to think about.
As of right now, is there an active threat to the
Absolutely,
surrounding community?
absolutely there is.
Has
Yeah.
there been a shelter-in-place order put forth?
Yes, there has. And I would encourage all of you to tell people to stay away from the area. Do not come to the area. Stay away from the area. This is going to be, if these individuals are not neutralized quickly, this is going to...
Something is leading him to keep saying individuals, because before, you know, it was, you know, I'm uncertain. Now, mind you, this is the same press conference. It's not a new press conference. But listening back to it, I'm trying to pick up little things. And part of the press conference is it could be 1, it could be 2, it could be 3. We don't know how many. It's something about the way the shots are being fired at the officers that are there now, and any other fighters that may still be there. They might be coming from different angles, which is making him say multiple people. You get what I'm saying? Because if I'm doing this here and I don't have, you know, the spray gun, I just have the high powered rifle. My direction is here. But if you're getting hit here, you know, I think it's multiple people. Y'all let me know what y'all think. I could be wrong.
Be likely a multi-day operation.
Just a question. So is the suspect in a home up there? Are they do we have an indication of where they might be on the mountain?
Yeah, we don't believe that they're in a home up there at this time.
So they're just kind of out in the open firing?
Well, they're heavy brush, well prepared. So yeah, they're blending in with their surroundings.
Sheriff Norris.
Go ahead.
Did you mention that the person that called it in is most likely the shooter?
No.
Okay.
No, we didn't say that. We said the first call was at 1:21 on a fire, and then we started receiving over our radio that the firefighters were receiving shots fired from the mountain.
Sheriff Norris, has anything happened like this before? And if so, do you think you and other law enforcement entities would be more aware going forward?
You know, this is an interesting dynamic.
When it comes to ideas for your bath project, you have options within.
first job that I ever.
You know, we have seen some of these things in a urban environment where firefighters were in a urban setting, putting out firefighters during civil disobedience, getting shot at. I've seen that. I can't say that I've seen it in a rural setting myself, but I have seen it in an urban setting frequently where firefighters do get shot at in, you know, civil unrest, yes.
So do we know if it's one or two shooters?
We don't know. There's 1, 2, 3, or 4. Yeah, we don't know.
So just for the fire itself, firefighting efforts, is it contained? Is it still spreading? What does that look like?
Well, it's gonna keep burning because we can't put a lot of resources on there right now. But Chief,
No, we won't put any resources
Yeah.
out there until the threat is neutralized.
Do we have like a risk of wildfire? Say, is it high winds? Is that going to fuel the fire or anything? Or is it...
We're at a high state right now in wildland, so it'll calm down as the evening progresses, but then it'll pick back up tomorrow.
Thank you.
And hopefully this is neutralized by then. Thank you.
Sheriff Norris, how are you feeling about this overall from when you first got the call to just now from what you heard?
you know what? It's going to be the tough next couple hours. Yeah, absolutely. I'm hoping that somebody has a clear shot and is able to neutralize, because they are not at this point in time showing any evidence of wanting to surrender. So as soon as somebody has a clear shot, I encourage them to take that shot and neutralize the threat.
I've seen several life flight helicopters coming in and out. Are there any other air resources that are being used at the moment?
Oh yeah, we have our Emergency Operations Bureau that is containing assets, and whenever a situation goes beyond the local resources, which this has, like I said, we have other counties that are here, we have federal authorities that are here, and we will neutralize this threat. So.
And sorry, I know we've touched on this with the suspects.
Hold on.
At least 2 people have been killed, and there are apparently civilians who may be stuck on the mountain. Investigators are looking into whether the fire could have been set intentionally.
We are monitoring breaking news.
Then immediately up here, we've got 2 unresponsive battalion chiefs, gunshot wounds, multiple gunshot wounds. 2 Coeur d'Alene firefighters are down.
I thought there 2 unresponsive battalion chiefs. One person treating as quickly as they can.
We need law enforcement to get up here. We could possibly get the 2 wounded out. I'm pinned down behind Battalion 1's rig. It's clear to me that this fire was set intentionally to draw us in. Then immediately up here, we've got 2 unresponsive battalion chiefs, gunshot wounds, multiple gunshot wounds. 2 Coeur d'Alene firefighters are down.
I thought there
2 people are deceased.
Then immediately
2 people are deceased in Idaho.
Then immediately
2
So at approximately 1:21 p.m.
Things doing.
2 firefighters are confirmed dead and multiple others have been shot after they were attacked by an unknown number of assailants responding to a brush fire just east of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho earlier this afternoon. At around 1:15 p.m. today, June 29, 2025, firefighters responded to a report of a brush fire near Canfield Mountain in Idaho. You can see the fire right here on the map. When they arrived and got out of their trucks, they were shot at by an unknown number of assailants. As of right now, about 5:30 p.m. Pacific time, the local sheriff has stated that they do not know how many people are shooting. However, they are being shot at from multiple directions by, as they say, multiple high-powered rifles. Additionally, the Kootenai County Emergency Management Office has issued a shelter-in-place warning for those in the area and for everyone to avoid the Canfield Mountain area due to the ongoing situation. In addition, obviously, all fire suppression activities have stopped on the Canfield fire, so it is currently spreading at an unknown rate, and it is not known exactly how large it is at the moment. 2 firefighters are confirmed dead, and multiple others have been shot after they were attacked by an
At this point, what just came to me was, how do we know that they're probably checking into any disgruntled employees, maybe someone that was let go? It could be any situation, or it could just be nothing but people who want to do harm to others. But I'm pretty sure they're looking at every angle of this. And I did say they must be getting shot at different angles, because he keeps saying multiple, even though he'll go back to say, well, it could be one, it could be more than one.
This is
in Idaho. As you look at your screen right now, multiple firefighters have been ambushed and shot while responding to a brush fire in the city of Coeur d'Alene. Reports say multiple people have been injured. Police are asking people to avoid this area, and a press conference is scheduled for later this hour. We will bring you any new updates.
Central BC 5, Central BC 5. BC 5 upstate. Send law enforcement right now. There's an active shooter zone. They're shot. BC 3's down. BC 1's down. Everybody.
So what you're hearing is when they first got there, because as soon as they first got there, that's when the shots started. I think some had already gone up the hill. Others were still at the park. It's a dirt parking area where you can't go up any further, because you know how it is. Say you go to a state park, you have an area there and you go on hiking. So they were at that area, but some had already gone up. And I think they allowed some of them to go up before they started firing on them. So what you're hearing is a fireman calling for help.
Shot up here. Law enforcement, code 3 now up here. 551, 10 or 14 up here. Stop. Get out of the way. 10 or 14. Engine push 551. Do not come up here. 51 copies. Remaining staging. Central from 551.
551.
You get an ETA on light flight, please. What? You're busy. You see what light flight has to offer. Go and get started. Also, if you can do enact the MPI for the county, please.
Sorry, I couldn't copy. I was copying BC.
Is at the upper parking lot. Is at the upper parking lot. Up on the dirt parking lot. We need law enforcement up here immediately. Law enforcement up here immediately.
Copy, upper parking lot. Immediately out, law enforcement.
Yeah, another Coeur d'Alene firefighter down. Needs help immediately. We need law enforcement immediately.
I copy, another firefighter down. Continuing law enforcement. I copy. 2 battalion chiefs. 1 off. 1 firefighter down.
HOMESTEAD Golf, I'm down. Both battalion chiefs are responsible. HOMESTEAD Golf down.
I copy, you can't move. Go to location exactly.
We're all at the upper parking lot. We're all at the upper parking lot. Please, law enforcement, as soon as possible, get law enforcement up to the upper parking lot, the dirt parking lot.
I'm not having any response from the 2 battalion chiefs.
I'm gonna go forward because
battalion chiefs.
I think this person got shot.
Copy, unresponsive battalion chiefs. Law enforcement getting there as quickly as they can.
Law enforcement, get up here. We could possibly get the 2 wounded out. I'm pinned down behind Battalion 1's rig. It's clear to me that this fire was set intentionally to draw us in.
I copy. Do you want life flight to launch?
100% sure where they would land. I think they need to be prepared to launch.
Yeah, they're prepared to launch.
Go 107. Start dispatching 4 ambulances. Central BC 5, Central BC 5. BC 5 off state. Some law enforcement right now, there's an active shooter zone. They're shot. BC 3's down, BC 1's down. Everybody's shot up here. Law enforcement, code 3 now up here. 551, 10 or 14 up here. Stop. Get out of the way. 10 or 14. Engine push 551. Do not come up here. 551 copies. Remaining staging. Central from 551. 551. You get an ETA on light flight, please? What? You're busy. You see what light flight has to offer.
Active shooter situation developing in Idaho. As you look at your screen right now, multiple firefighters have been ambushed and shot while responding to a brush fire in the city of Coeur d'Alene. Active shooter situation.
Central BC. Central BC.
Breaking news out of Idaho. Dozens of
Someone enforcement.
Of casualties. They don't know how many suspects are up there. And at this point, you heard the sheriff warn that if these individuals are not neutralized quickly, in other words, if they are not taken out, essentially, this will be a multi-day situation. At this point, there is no indication that there is any surrender that is imminent from these suspects on the mountain, according to what you heard there from the sheriff's office. After that news conference, in which the sheriff was clearly concerned about the well-being of the personnel who responded to that fire and about the safety of the officers. You can see what the scene looks like here. We've also been getting information from our local station in this area, KHQ, which had reported on this initially. There is a shelter in place currently for everybody in this area, and the sheriff warned very strongly, do not get out and go about messing around. I'm paraphrasing here. He wants people to stay at home at this point while this incredibly active situation is playing out. Again, sniper fire is what these firefighters, these other crews have responded, have been taking over the course of the last, we think, hour and change at this point. We've got a team assembled here as we're watching this developing news. I want to go to our NBC News correspondent, Maya Eaglin, as we keep these photos up, Maya, because, again, a very serious situation that's happening out west.
Yeah, Hallie, we just heard from Sheriff Robert Norris there, who really encouraged folks to stay home. He said there's a shelter in place because, as you mentioned, they don't know how many suspects are still at large. They don't know how many casualties there are. They've only confirmed at least 2 deaths at this point. He also mentioned that the firefighters aren't going to be able to put out that fire until they neutralize this threat. He thought that perhaps a rifle might have been used in this situation, but this is so preliminary and a lot of information is still rolling in. It looks like this will likely be a long investigation, but the biggest thing right now we heard from the sheriff is to stay in place as this gets sorted out. Hallie?
Of casualties. They don't know how many suspects are up there. And at this point, you heard the sheriff warn that if these individuals are not neutralized quickly, in other words, if they are not taken out, essentially, this will be a multi-day situation. At this point, there is no indication that there is any surrender that is imminent from these suspects on the mountain, according to what you heard there from the sheriff's office. After that news conference, in which the sheriff was clearly concerned about the well-being of the personnel who responded to that fire and about the safety of the officers. You can see what the scene looks like here. We've also been getting information from our local station in this area, KHQ, which had reported on this initially. There is a shelter in place currently for everybody in this area, and the sheriff warned very strongly.
Let's see what CNN's reporting. I'll mute that so I can see what y'all saying in the chat. This is a crazy, crazy day. A crazy, crazy day. Again, my prayers are going out to the families that are waiting and wondering, are their loved ones okay? Let's see. Oh, who we got in here? Miss Rain, thank you for coming in. Anita Woods, how are you today? Hey, Afonso, how are you from Tennessee? About 5 hours away from me. Yeah, prayers are needed. Make life make sense. Because right now, life is not making sense with this foolishness that's happening. Hey, Phyllis, what's up, cousin? Hey, JR from South Carolina. Put in the chat where y'all from. Let me see. Let me shout y'all out. Hey, Carolyn, how are you? Thanks for coming in. My husband's on a plane right now, y'all, because his truck caught fire near the engine, well, the transmission area. And he had a load, actually, so he had it towed to the tow yard. And so he was catching a flight from Louisiana to South Carolina because he has a doctor's appointment with his heart doctor. Because y'all, for those of you who are new, my husband had a heart attack last month, and oh, child. First they say the plane's gonna leave from Louisiana, go to Dallas, then go to Charlotte, then go to South Carolina. And I was like, well, why don't you just come to Charlotte and then I'll, take you to your appointment? But come to find out our appointments are the same day. I have my eye appointment for my pre-op because I'm having surgery on either the 15th or the 16th. And he has to go to his heart doctor. So he's going to be in South Carolina at his parents' house. Then they changed the flight altogether. I don't know why, but they did. So now it's Louisiana to Dallas, which what time is it? He should be on the plane now. He got there. He had layover for maybe 3 hours or so. And then they changed the plane from leaving from Dallas to Charlotte to now it's Dallas to Missouri, then Charlotte, then I was like, you are having a really harsh week, but looking at this right here, his week is not as harsh as these people's week is beginning. So definitely prayers out to them for sure. Prayers out to them. Hey, Eugenia. How are you? That's what I call my husband. When I play around with him, I say that to him because his middle name is Eugene. And I was like, oh, Eugenia, would you please? Or I told my daughter, we should have named you Eugenia after your daddy. Oh, my goodness. But I do appreciate y'all coming in. Hey, pre-retirement days. My Pola, what did I make? Hamburger helper from scratch. Thank you. Make life make sense. I'm sorry. Thinking about Make It Make Sense. This channel that I watch. Miss Ann, how are you? Most definitely praying for them. Rick Thompson, the entire world is such a crazy mess. Situational awareness at all times. Definitely keep alert in the coming days. Sticking close to home from now through about July 7th. Yeah, because it's crazy out here, and it's the holiday, you know, it's the holiday weekend. So definitely be on your P's and Q's and stay alert, because people gonna be out here partying and getting on the road when they shouldn't. I don't know, Phyllis. There's so many reasons why something like this could be happening. Like, you know, it's multiple people at first. Well, if it was one, I was thinking, well, maybe they were fired from the fire department. They have a grudge or something. I don't know. Sometimes you can't make sense of things like this. You just kind of have to just pray about it, because some things you would drive yourself crazy trying to figure out. Preppy Princess, I like that name. How are you today? And yes, this is a scary situation, but we cannot live in fear. We definitely have to keep living, but do not live in fear. It's okay to have fear in you, because fear is a feeling, but you have, where fear starts, your faith has to begin. Your faith has to begin in that moment, because those two can't live together. Miss Rain Ray, nice name. Yeah, they're losing it. They are really losing it. Darlene Thomas, how are you this Sunday? CSE, my buddy, is in the chat. Spirit soaring. Wow, it seems like maybe the fire was set deliberately. Yep. If they were shot, I hope the firefighters are not injured. I hope they are okay. I hope they're okay as well. We know that at least 2 of them are not. Prayerfully, the 2 that have been unalived, hopefully it was an instant situation, because there are some that have been shot that are still there, but they can't get help in to get them. So they just have to be there, and hopefully their injuries aren't life-threatening, but it sounds really, really bad, because when that audio was playing, one of the people talking, you could tell that they had been injured, and you don't know how bad it is, but they sounded really weak to me. Hey, Edward, how are you? I'm going to come back on screen as soon as I get done reading this these comments, but it's hard for me to see the comments because of my cataracts, which is why I'm having surgery on one of my eyes. But it's easier for me to go off screen so I can get all the way up into the computer and see the comments. That's why I really have not been reading your comments, because I was waiting for when I could do that part. Let's see. I'm still looking. See if I'm refreshing my phone. I'm constantly refreshing my phone. Is there anything new? Let's see. It's only, as far as I can tell, a handful of people that are actually covering this right now. News Nation has a 6 minutes ago, they did something new. So let me go over there real quick. Pause it on my phone. Give me 1 second. Pull it up. Because you know commercial got to play before I pull it up. Okay, let's see. What's News Nation? Okay.
To our newsroom, Mills. What are we learning?
Hi, Natasha. Well, Kootenai County Sheriff Robert Norris confirming that 2 people have died after firefighters were attacked responding to a brush fire. Norris saying that law enforcement is actively being shot at, and he believes by a high-powered rifle or rifles. The sheriff saying that they don't know how many suspects, but they are not showing any signs of wanting to surrender. And Sheriff Norris adding that they are prepared to neutralize the subject who is currently shooting at law enforcement. And the problem is that the shooter or shooters are blending into the surrounding mountainous terrain. This active shooter situation is still very much ongoing. And the sheriff is asking people to avoid Canfield Mountain and Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, just 30 minutes outside.
So obviously they are dressed in camouflage. And now they have the fire they got to deal with, but they can't do anything with. You have firefighters that have been shot and you can't even get to them. So that has to be a frustrating situation. I really do hope that they can get this ended before the night is over, because the thought of this going into multiple days, like the sheriff said it could, is really, really scary.
Of Spokane, Washington, there are still bystanders on the mountain that first responders are working to get out of those hiking trails. Norris says that so far the number of casualties is unknown, but at least 2 people have died. The sheriff saying they are believed to be firefighters.
Thank you for watching.
So how do you know the people you're helping down are not the shooters? Just a question. I'm gonna let this play again while I'm trying to find something else.
Pretty much everybody that's in this region. We have some Spokane resources that are here. We have Marshal's office that is on scene. Bonner County Sheriff's here. Coeur d'Alene Police, of course, is here. Idaho State Police, but we have a multitude of resources right now. So, okay.
Okay, so CNN is kind of just playing like back-to-back stuff. So where do we leave off? At CSE. Idaho, E. Flynn, is it? No, not Boise. I can't pronounce the name of it, but it's in Idaho. I'll give you the name again in a minute. Thanks, AV. Thanks, Melissa. Okay, y'all got my back for these comments that I having a hard time seeing. Yeah, my sentiment exactly, like lost for words. Let It Burn says, this is nuts. And that sums it up, basically. Cooking on a budget. Coeur d'Alene. Is your family near Coeur d'Alene? I think I'm saying it right, but I could be wrong, but I think that's how you say it. Yeah, that's a shorter way to say it. Thank you, Melissa. CDA. Hey, Tim, thanks for coming in. Thank all y'all for coming in. Hey, Lydia, how are you doing? If y'all haven't hit that like button, definitely help a sister out and hit it. Yeah, it's a WTF moment. But I would say, what the freak? Because I have been trying to stop my cursing, okay? I've been trying to do better. I've been praying heavily and hard over it. And don't you know, when you pray and you ask for stuff, then things come to you to test you, especially if you in traffic. Hello, love. Love that name. How are you? What happened is an ambush, is what they're calling it. We're not going to guesstimate on that again, is what they're calling it. Firefighters called out to a fire in the mountains in Idaho. They get there. I think it was 3 engines that showed up. Whoever's doing the shooting allowed, in my opinion, most of those firefighters to actually go up that hill, up the mountain. And then whoever started shooting at them. Multiple hit. 2 right now are unalive that we know of. There has not been any update. I've been sitting here waiting for maybe another update, but I know that it's an active situation because they're still under fire right now. The officers that are there are under fire. There were no officers that were injured in the initial when it first started, okay? So it was just firefighters, but now we have different agencies are there. Different counties are there to back up this particular county. FBI is there. Saying back to you, Miss Chatika. Hey, Subliminal, how are you? Yes, yes, they did. Yeah, I can't even begin to make sense of it, Susie. That's all they doing. I mean, firefighter, you know, it take a special person to be firefighter or policeman, because you running into, and while other people are running away, you have to have that in you to run into the smoke. Okay, literally. And that's what they were doing. It's sad. It is so sad. I think I'm at the bottom of my chat. Hey, Carol, how are you? You're welcome. You're so welcome. I'll sacrifice my burger helper for sure. I may text my daughter, hey, girl, could you fix me some and heat it up? But yeah, that's what's going on. So, hey, Heather, how are you today? Tonight, rather. Well, it's night where I'm at. I'm in North Carolina mountains, and my neighbors who just bought their home, one of them, I don't know, because I have 2 new neighbors that just bought their homes, and they were over there burning something, because that smoke was heavy. So I'm gonna let this play for those who might have just come in, who don't know what's going on.
Everybody okay? Can you hear me okay? Okay, my name is Robert Norris. I am the sheriff of Kootenai County. This information is very preliminary and is subject to change. We want to give you and the public as much information as quickly as possible. So at approximately 1:21 p.m. this afternoon, we received reports of a fire on the east side of Canfield Mountain. Fire assets responded to the scene, and at approximately 2 p.m. this afternoon, it was reported that firefighters were receiving shots fired at them. We now have 2 deaths. We have an unknown amount of casualties. We still have civilians that are coming off of that mountain. We might have civilians that are stuck or in shock on that mountain. So this is a very, very fresh situation. We are actively taking sniper fire as we speak. This is an active situation. We have multiple agencies that are on scene from local and federal authorities, and we are prepared to neutralize this suspect who is currently actively shooting at public safety personnel. We are prepared to neutralize this suspect as quickly as possible. And that's really all that we know as of right now. We don't know who the suspects are. We don't know how many there are. So I know that it's very, very, very early, and I don't think that any questions would yield anything. But Chief, do you have anything? Was I accurate in what we were reporting?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll take a couple of questions, but I'd like to remind you that's very, very preliminary, and I'm not so sure we're going to have any additional information.
But original as to why the 2 deaths, are they fighter personnel that have died?
We know that there's 2 deaths, and we believe that they are, yes.
Have they been taken off the mountain?
Yeah, no, we're still in that process.
In Brown, you mentioned that there were multiple people that have been shot. Do you have an exact number at
No,
the moment?
nope, we do not.
I'll settle with the spokesman. How are you going about evacuating people from that or getting personnel out of there who are being shot at? I mean, what does that process look like?
Right now, we're developing a plan to be able to suppress these individuals' firefighting capability. And when we get that under control, when we have an opportunity to suppress that, then we will continue our removing of people who are on the mountain, who are on for a hike, or public safety personnel, or people who live on the backside of the mountain.
Do we have any indication of what type of firearms are being used in this from the suspect?
Well, it appears that modern day sporting rifles are being used. It appears that high-powered rifles are being used, yes. I don't know.
Started out as a habit.
Do we know about how many minutes after shots were fired when fire crews arrived?
Well, we got the first call at 1:21, and we have reports that they were taking shots at about 2 o'clock. I don't know what time they arrived on scene. I don't know what time the firefighters arrived on scene, but we can get you that information at the next briefing if you'd like.
How many engines were on scene when shots were fired? 3.
And that's what I'm waiting on, the next briefing, because I know as soon as I get off, they'll probably brief, because that happened to me the last time I did a mass shooting, and I didn't want to come back on and do another live.
And just to be clear, the people who responded, they were wildland firefighters or they were local firefighters fighting a wildland firefighter?
City of Coeur d'Alene and County Fire Rescue.
Yes,
when the shots were fired, were they at an accelerated rate or was it a single shot?
Oh no, we're taking rapid fire up there. In the back.
You keep referring to individuals. Are you referring to the casualties or like the suspects?
Well, we don't know how many suspects are up there, and we don't know how many casualties that there are. Yeah, I suspect we'll have people coming forward that maybe are stuck up there, that drove themselves to the hospital, but I suspect that would likely be the case.
Do we have confirmation that there are people stuck up there?
People are still coming off the mountain, so it would only be safe to assume that the mountain is not clear.
As of right now, is there an active threat to?
Absolutely, absolutely there is. Yeah.
Has there been a shelter-in-place order put forth?
Yes, there has, and I would encourage all of you to tell people to stay away from the area. Do not come to the area. Stay away from the area. This is going to be, if these individuals are not neutralized quickly, this is going to be likely a multi-day operation.
Here's a question. So is the suspect in a home up there? Are they? Do we have an indication of where they might be on the mountain?
Yeah, we don't believe that they're in a home up there at this time.
So they're just kind of out in the open firing?
Well, they're heavy brush, well prepared. So yeah, they're blending in with their surroundings. Go ahead.
Did you mention that the person that called it in is most likely the shooter?
No, we didn't say that. We said the first call was at 121 on a fire, and then we started receiving over our radio that the firefighters were receiving shots fired from the mountain.
Sure, has anything happened like this before? And if so, do you think you and other law enforcement entities would be more aware going forward?
You know, this is an interesting dynamic. This, you know, we have seen some of these things in a urban environment where firefighters were in a urban setting, putting out firefighters during civil disobedience, getting shot at. I've seen that. I can't say that I've seen it in a rural setting myself, but I have seen it in an urban setting frequently where firefighters do get shot at in, you know, civil unrest, yes.
So do we know if it's one or two shooters?
We don't know if there's 1, 2, 3, or 4. Yeah, we don't know.
Just for the fire itself, firefighting efforts, is it contained? Is it still spreading? What is that?
Well, it's gonna keep burning because we can't put a lot of resources on there right now. But Chief, if
No, we won't put any resources
Yeah.
out there until
Do we have like a risk of wildfire? Say, is it high winds? Is that going to fuel the fire or anything?
we're at a high state right now in wildland, so it'll calm down as the evening progresses, but then it'll pick back up tomorrow. Thank you. Hopefully this is neutralized.
Sheriff Norris, how are you feeling about this overall from when you first got the call to just now?
you know what, I it's going to be the tough next couple hours. Yeah, absolutely. I'm hoping that somebody has a clear shot and is able to neutralize, because they are not at this point in time showing any evidence of wanting to surrender. So as soon as somebody has a clear shot, I encourage them to take that shot and neutralize the threat.
I've seen several life flight helicopters coming in and out. Are there?
Oh, Lordy. Hold on. Go over to something else, which is we've probably already seen this one. I can't tell.
What's important to you? For several hours today, can you give of the scope of the response to this incident right now?
Mark, nice to hear from you. Yeah, the scope is huge. The support, we have law enforcement from across authorities. We have Idaho State Police. We obviously have Coeur d'Alene. We have Kootenai County. We have the U.S. Marshal here. We also have Bonner County as well as Kellogg. Also some support coming over from the Spokane area. We have Life Flight here with their helicopters. There's a helicopter just right over here. And then another one just went over me. And I want to believe that it was the Homeland Security Department. That helicopter just flew off that way as well. We also have some large large SWAT vehicles right over here as well. You can't see that, but a lot of support. And I'm also FBI too, just like you mentioned earlier in the show today. So a lot of support is here. A lot of authorities are on scene because, like they said, you know, they're going to keep going until this threat is neutralized today. Very scary, obviously, as we are heading into 4th of July weekend. People want to have fun. It was a beautiful Sunday, enjoying the beautiful scenery of Coeur d'Alene. So just an active investigation, and a threat is still there.
Is from, can you give us an idea of how far back the command center and where you are at is from the scene? Do you have any idea, perspective on that?
Great question. I'm going to actually have the camera zoom in on that right now. As you can see, there are tons of law enforcement just right in front of me past this gate, and a line of many vehicles. Now, as I was driving here about 2 hours ago, about 3 cop cars, I don't know what law enforcement they were from, zoomed past me, and I assumed, okay, I'm going in that direction. But as you can see, many are right on the ground here. They have an investigation area set up, and I assume they will be around the area for hours to come tonight, especially as the sun is setting. Now, it has been very hot today, so this is just complex terrain. It's on Canfield Mountain. It's warm, and now they're trying to get through this terrain to find possibly multiple suspects. So obviously a lot to get through.
And Regan, tell us more about the fire. We know that the fire chief said that they won't work to put out that fire until the suspect or suspects are taken down. Can you tell us more about that? Are you seeing a lot of smoke or any active flames right now?
Great question, Tim. Well, as of where I am right now, I don't see any smoke or flames, but as I was coming into the area from I-90, you could definitely see smoke in the sky. I actually had some Creme 2 news crews send me photos while they were enjoying their day off of the smoke in the area. And it started about a half an acre, that fire, around 1:30 this afternoon. And like we have reported, around 2 p.m., that's when those firefighters received shots fired at them. And since then, so since around 1:30, now it's almost 6 in the evening that fire has been going. So incredibly scary because this is summertime. This is high fire season. And the fire authorities, say that they cannot tame that fire or mitigate it in any way until the threat is neutralized. So we don't know when that is going to be. It is still burning. They said, wildfire threat does decrease in the evening, which is what they're expecting, but they can't do anything as of right now.
So that's a little bit more information than we had before. And I mean, yeah, it's wildfire season. It's a lot of bad weather. I'm about to show you some that this just came out.
If you remember when Tex had a character.
If you don't have an emergency radio, you might want to get one. Mine went off yesterday while I was canning. Let's see. Where's the volume?
Across the U.S. Summer severe weather on an unrelenting march across the U.S. Storm chasers in South Dakota capturing an outbreak of twisters barreling through the open plains. Violent swirling funnels snatching up trees, power lines, and other debris. 15 reported tornadoes touched down in the Dakotas and Minnesota on Saturday alone.
Nothing hit the house and nothing hit the barn. It came close, but nobody was hurt.
There's waves. There's actual waves. Look at that car. It is submerged.
The Southeast battered for days on end by torrents of rain from afternoon thunderstorms. Atlanta drivers slow rolling through flash flooding on city streets and on highways. Then there's the heat. 14 million people across the country under alerts through Tuesday. Parts of Arizona and Southern California could top a...
Did you see Boise in there? Did you see Idaho up in there? So imagine the thought process. You get a call about a fire and you're going to a fire, but you're actually going to be putting your life on the line in ways you didn't think you would be doing. See here? Right there. Come on, mouse. Right there.
Parts of Arizona and Southern California could top 115 degrees. In Phoenix today, officials say firefighters rescued a family of 11 hikers after the children complained about heat exhaustion. The hot, dry conditions complicating a new firefight in California as teams battle walls of flames trying to knock down the lake fire, growing to nearly 500 acres in less than 24 hours. Right now, it's only 10% contained.
Aaron joins us now from Atlanta. And Aaron, with a big travel week for a lot of people, any good news to report on holiday week weather?
Well, Hallie, this area, the Midwest, the Mid-Atlantic, could still see some wind, some lightning, and some flash flooding, but the severe weather risk goes down tomorrow and Tuesday, with the 4th of July looking picture perfect for most of the country. Hallie?
We thank.
So, yeah. We got all this crazy weather. Now we got to deal with this foolishness. I'm looking for CNN still showing the same thing.
The EMS 61 is not, correction, EMS 81 is not route, they're 2 different calls. Thank you.
I wrote 17 11 en route as well. Central, you can show 11 en route as well.
So, we may have just heard a couple words. I'm trying to avoid playing anything.
Child in the backseat hanging out of the car.
That's live scanner.
92 at a Camry 10, item plate King Adam 448.
That's live. What you just heard is live. I'm doing my best to avoid playing on the replay of the scanner the voice of the person who had been shot, who was periodically speaking on the replay. So again, I have most of what you're hearing right now is replay because I'm playing that, but I also have the live on. So if there's anything big on the live scanner, I'll let you know, but it's been pretty quiet. Now I'll press play on the replay.
And the engineer live. Do you have
Be a multi-day situation. At this point, there is no indication that there is any surrender that is imminent from these suspects on the mountain, according to what you heard there from the sheriff's office. After that news conference, in which the sheriff was clearly concerned about the well-being of the personnel who responded to that fire and about the safety of the officers. You can see what the scene looks like here. We've also been getting information from our local station in this area, KHQ, which had reported on this initially. There is a shelter in place currently for everybody in this area, and the sheriff warned very strongly, do not get out and go about messing around. I'm paraphrasing here. He wants people to stay at home at this point while this incredibly active situation is playing out. Again, sniper fire is what these firefighters, these other crews have responded, have been taking over the course of the last, we think, hour and change at this point. We've got a team assembled here as we're watching this developing news. I want to go to our NBC News correspondent.
Hold on, we're gonna get back to that in 1 second. There's some other breaking news that's happening right now. Oh God, tell me you think so. What is this? The hold on. Okay, so what we're watching now, because this is breaking, U.S. is saying they're going to do this again. BOMB Iran. Trump vows to bomb. I just spelled it and then just said it. Iran if nukes return. Okay, so, and this is live. Oh, and she's also said that what I've been telling y'all, that we have sleeper cells here. So y'all, please keep your head on a swivel. If you see anything crazy, get yourself out of that area as quickly as possible, because these attacks are going to happen. Now, I don't know what this attack is that's going on in Idaho against the firefighters and now the police. We don't know who it is, who they are, but it's multiple people. So it's a lot happening across the U.S., whether people want to believe it or not.
Operations were not successful or as successful as President Trump is saying. Again, that's anyone's guess. We'll get a better understanding once President Trump addresses the nation at 10 p.m. The American people are concerned right now. They want to know what happened. Was there a clear, present, imminent danger against the United States that the United States decided to get involved or not? But again, these are all questions that first need to be answered, and then I think that way we can gauge sort of how Iran would plan to retaliate, and whether or not it has the capabilities and capacity to retaliate to the extent that that perhaps would be measured if Bordeaux, Natanz, and Esfahan are completely gone.
Absolutely. Susan, I'll come back to you. I'd like to go to our guest, Bishop Gersten, again. Now, this seems like when U.S. is involved.
I'm going to get back to the firefighter. Just give me 1 second.
It seems like this escalation is not just confined to Israel and Iran. It seems like now it's a regional conflict. What kind of risk does this now, does it play for the region as of now, the stability in the region?
Well, it just adds to the already ongoing instability within the region. And the U.S. has several bases and military units, throughout the area when you talk about a military member still in Iraq. So this is going to definitely cause some levels of complication moving forward until we get a better understanding of what Iran's overall capabilities are and what the plan is from here from the president. As your colleague mentioned, Iran already had somewhat of a heads up when the president said that he was going to decide his next moves within 2 weeks. Now, granted, he took much less time than that when you're looking at 3 to 4 days, but it at least let Iran know that they needed to move their materials, and it seems as though potentially they did. Now, we're going to get some levels of propaganda right now. You're going to see some of the early fog war here as they're trying to push through whatever narratives they think will best suit both their policies and their overall operation. So, of course, they're going to say, we weren't damaged that bad. We still have the capabilities to do X, Y, and Z. But there's going to be some level of truth in this, just given the overall timeline and the heads up, so to speak, that the nation had in order for them to be able to respond to what might be coming next.
Absolutely. And as you mentioned, diplomatically, we have some countries who have been an ally of Iran, including Russia. And that being said, Russia also have had their, they helped in building one of these nuclear sites in Iran. How do you think, this will impact, not just Arab countries, but also involving these countries such as Russia?
Yeah, well, we've already been having.
Okay, so that we can get back to what we were doing. So why this is making news now, apparently Trump was asked a question, according to the BBC. The question came from a BBC reporter. I guess that would he do it again or whatever. So he says he would absolutely consider bombing Iran again. Now, again, this was in response to a question that he was answering. He said he would, without question, attack the country if intelligence concluded Iran could enrich uranium to concerning levels. Because what's going on now, even though Trump is saying that when the attack happened, when we bombed Iran nuclear sites, the 3 sites, that it was obliterated. Iran's leader came out and said that he was over exaggerating, that there was damage, but it was not obliterated. And then there's some images floating around. I don't know how real they are, but some images that look like what's on your screen, but it had trucks lined up before it was before the sites were even hit. And it looks like they might have taken truckloads of uranium out from the 3 sites before they were hit. So just like the U.S. Air Base had noticed that Iran was going to be sending missiles their way, Iran obviously had some intel also that let them know that, hey, you're about to get hit. And so they got some of that stuff out there. Allegedly, that is what took place. So do I know for sure? No, I don't know for sure. But that's what they're saying. I would love another update, but I know they're busy. Is this anything new? Because it says 9 minutes ago. Let me see. This might be the same thing that they're replaying. Yeah. That's crazy. Sad. Yeah. Jesus. Oh wow. Replay that.
Will be clear from here and en route to the hospital. This
About doing a procession
Oh my
to
god.
Spokane for the 2 fallen firefighters. They just said that on the live scanner. That's what they were just talking about. That's the Idaho State Police live scanner.
Y'all.
just entered Cooney County. Is there a place I need to stage or point of contact I need to get a hold of?
Can you landline dispatch?
Anyway, so they just said that. So I sounded like they were doing a procession to Spokane. Now, I don't have names of the firefighters. I know that in the press conference it was said that some of the firefighters shot were city of Coeur d'Alene firefighters. I don't know if all the ones shot were city of Coeur d'Alene firefighters. Just so you get a sense of where.
Just hearing that one firefighter, I'm assuming it was firefighter, or someone saying, I'm headed down, and they're literally probably doing that, what they learned in their drill, when you have to get someone out of a situation that's hostile and they're injured. Oh God. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm definitely gonna be praying long and hard tonight.
This is
Central from 524. Did you 524?
So
Can you show 524 out of service for a detail?
It's Northern Idaho.
Correction, it's 524 out of service detail.
This is not replay, by the way, scanner. Northern Idaho, close to the Washington border, and it is roughly, looks like about 25 miles or so from the scene of this to Spokane, Washington. I'm not sure why they would have the procession bringing. I'm not sure why they would bring them to Spokane. I'm sure there's some good reason, because from what I understand, they're Idaho firefighters, but maybe they have to. That's where they have to bring the, for whatever reason, that's where they have to bring the bodies of the firefighters first. I'm not sure. So. Okay, so I'm periodically checking for new updates here. Oh, I just saw something new. Hang on a moment here. Hey guys, no fly zone on Canfield Mountain.
Mm,
No fly zone on Canfield Mountain.
I can see that.
Let me show you something about that in a second. This is from the sheriff of Kootenai County. Due to the ongoing incident on Canfield Mountain, the area has been designated a no-fly zone, including a strict prohibition on drone use. Unauthorized aircraft or drones in the area pose a serious risk to firefighting and law enforcement operations. Residents and the public are asked to respect the airspace restrictions until further notice. Thank you for your cooperation in ensuring the safety of our emergency personnel.
Because you know, they're going to put their drones up because they want to see what's going on. And that will hinder the situation because this needs to come to an end sooner than later.
Has been removed, and I'll be en route to the hospital.
Thanks for
Control 954 clear.
Okay, I just found something that I don't think I've seen or we've seen, cousins. I'm just trying to, here we go. No, that ain't it. Shoot. Maybe that is it. Back up. We might have seen this already.
This information is very preliminary and is subject to change. We want to give you and the public as much information as quickly as possible. So at approximately 1:21 p.m. this afternoon, we received...
Again, this is not a new press conference. This is the first press conference. We're still waiting to get an update, but they have their hands full.
Reports of a fire on the east side of Canfield Mountain. Fire assets responded to the scene, and at approximately 2 p.m. this afternoon, it was reported that firefighters were receiving shots fired at them. We now have 2 deaths. We have an unknown amount of casualties. We still have civilians that are coming off of that mountain. We might have civilians that are stuck or in shock on that mountain. So this is a very, very fresh situation. We are actively taking sniper fire as we speak. This is an active situation. We have multiple agencies that are on scene from local and federal authorities, and we are prepared to neutralize this suspect who is currently actively shooting at public safety personnel. We are prepared to neutralize this suspect as quickly as possible.
Okay, so here is MSNBC. I don't think I haven't looked at theirs to see. I'm just trying to see if anybody has anything new to say.
In the Idaho Panhandle, local authorities say multiple firefighters were reportedly shot while responding to a brush fire. There is a hunt for an active shooter. In the last hour, Idaho Governor Brad Little said the shooting was, quote, a heinous direct assault on our brave firefighters, and calls for the people of Idaho to stay clear from the area to allow law enforcement and firefighters to do their jobs. The sheriff said if they do not neutralize the shooter or shooters quickly, this could be a multi-day effort. I want to bring back in MSNBC contributor and retired ATF special agent in charge, Jim Kavanaugh. Jim, thanks for sticking with us. The prospect of a multi-day effort, multi-day search here, not comforting, I imagine, to many at home. Can you talk us through the kind of work law enforcement investigators must be doing on the ground right now to make sure the area is as safe as possible as soon as possible, Jim?
Well, they're massing their forces. You know, the state troopers are coming in, the federal agents, ATF and FBI are be coming in, marshals, U.S. Marshals, and of course the sheriff and the city police in Coeur d'Alene and the surrounding counties. They're all going to be geared up, activating their SWAT and SRT teams, which is synonymous, and they'll be gathering their crews so they can search. If this was a brush fire set in a rural area and a sniper's laying in wait for the firefighters, you know, he must have had a plan to be able to egress the area. And so he may be, you know, have some skills in that, in being able to, you know, travel in the brush and shoot from there. So he may be a little bit adept at that. So they're going to have to gather their forces, which I'm sure they've been doing all afternoon. They've had a few hours to do that. They're going to have the air assets up, and they're going to have the infrared radar tonight once darkfall sets to be looking at anybody who could be on foot still in the area. They really need to catch the guy quickly because he's setting an ambush like that and shooting probably with a rifle. It's a very dangerous situation in northern Idaho at the moment.
And we are getting word, Jim, from Attorney General Pam Bondi, as well as Dan Bongino, the director of the FBI. I'll read Pam Bondi's tweet, thank you to our incredible FBI agents on the ground assisting local authorities in Idaho. We are praying for all. FBI assets are headed to the scene in Coeur d'Alene to provide tactical and operational support. It is an active scene. Curious, Jim, for your thoughts about the fact that the FBI has been quickly deployed and what that means for the investigation. I'm not familiar with that part of Idaho in terms of where the nearest FBI office is being mobilized from, or resources from the nearest FBI office are being mobilized from. But how quickly would they be able to get to a scene? I'm not sure if you're familiar with it as well, but how quickly do you think they'd be able to get to the scene, and what's the significance of them being now activated?
Well, all the federal agencies have offices in Boise. So FBI, ATF, United States Marshals, who are all part of the Department of Justice, will all be being deployed from the Boise office. And some of them will also have a small contingent in Coeur d'Alene. Coeur d'Alene is a great community of people. I mean, we've had agents working up there for years. But we've had trouble in that region from neo-Nazis, I mean, going back 40 years. Now, it's not the majority of the people. It's just a small group, but they kind of hijacked the part up there. And that kind of, you know, it's been a stronghold for the white supremacist groups over the years. We used to have the Christian Identity Church, run by Richard Butler's home was up there. The Order, the neo-Nazi group called the Order, was up there, based up there. And we had a lot of problems and a lot of cases from ATF and FBI up there against neo-Nazis who would, you know, launch out across the country and do violent crimes, bombings, and using their firearms.
Now, of course, he does not know for sure that this has anything to do with that. So I needed to interject and say that everybody's trying to come up with a reasoning, because everybody's like, why is this happening?
And so forth. So that's been a hotbed of that. But it's not really, like I say, you got to take it in perspective. It's only a small group. It's a great community up there. And the people were all very helpful to us and all the agents up there trying to put that down as well. And they don't want to be recognized for that. But it's just a historical fact that there's been some anti-government sentiment heavy in that area, leaning toward white supremacy. Now, that doesn't mean that this case is tied to that. This could be anything at all. This could be someone who's fired by a department or a city who's seeking revenge, or somebody with a mental health problem.
Oh my gosh, I need to get into the line of work that he's in, because I said that when I first started this video. That's crazy.
It could be a lot of things. So,
yeah, I feel like you're just giving us a threat assessment.
You'll be deployed.
Yeah, you're giving us just a lay of the land of the various threat assessments that may exist up in that area. But to your point, we do not know. We have no indication whatsoever as to the motivations or even the identity of this shooter at this moment. But I'm sure, as you were saying, when the FBI is doing threat assessments of certain regions and areas in this country, you're saying that is one that is of a concern for them.
Right. I mean, the area is well known to all of us in the federal law enforcement service because we've had so much activity up there. We all have offices there. Boise, in Coeur d'Alene, there's plenty of agents around there. They'll come out of the surrounding states. Billings, Montana, we'll have offices. Helena, Montana. There's all agents in all those cities. From all the agencies in the Department of Justice that are law enforcement are going to come. So you'll probably have some Homeland Security support as well. So you're going to have a lot of federal support, but you're going to have this critical too is the Idaho State Troopers. I mean, these guys live there. They own that place. They are the major force, and they're going to be bringing in their assets very strong on this. And of course, the local sheriff and Coeur d'Alene police. So they're going to have lots of troops there to be able to deal with this activity. But whenever you're dealing with like sniper attacks, they're tough cases. I mean, I was a deputy commander on a DC sniper. I worked some other sniper cases as well, and they are tough because the shooter's going from a distance. There's not close contact with the victims often, and the victim is not connected directly to the sniper often when it's a random killing like in a DC case. So you don't have this connection to make the investigation come together. It's a much more difficult case, and you have to bring in thousands of agents, really, and hundreds of agents if you can't get the thing solved real quick. It takes a lot of forces on the ground to try to root him out. If he can go back to his home and lay low, it may be difficult to find him right away. And, then he can launch another day. So it doesn't have to be necessarily that the attack is constantly ongoing. We don't know that. And so the danger is he's going to attack again right away the next day, or is he going to go home, hide out, or go somewhere, lay low, and, basically watch the news and see if he wants to do this again.
So, Jim,
or the other possibilities, of course, that he could.
That would be crazy.
I was going to say, I have a related question for you. You mentioned how hard it is to find a sniper, how to track down a sniper. I believe at the press conference earlier this evening, officials said that they can't put a lot of resources on the fire itself until the threat of the sniper is neutralized. How much does that complicate these kinds of operations if there is this ongoing potential hazard to the general public unrelated to gunfire?
Yeah. Well, the leaders are going to they're going to deal with that decision as the hours unfold. And it's going to come, if that fire grows, that they're going to probably have to put some firefighting efforts on it, because you can't let the thing get totally out of control. And they'll just have to deploy the firefighters with protection, which means law enforcement agents and tactical teams, like we've done over the years in cities during civil disturbances. Firefighters. I remember back from being a young kid in Newark when my dad was a fireman. The fire trucks would respond, and with them is the city police and the state police to escort them to fight the fire, because they're being shot at while they're trying to fight the fire. So they have to have, an escort of law enforcement. And it may be that as well. And we've seen that in other, civil disturbances throughout the years. But it may be that they'll have to do that. I mean, they'll have to make decisions like that as the hours unfold, because you can't just stand back and say, we're not going to fight the fire at all. Depends on the area, of course, and what's going to burn and what homes are in danger and how you can protect the firemen. But I'm sure they'll come up with a feasible plan to be able to do that, to get the firefighters and get the water there and, slow these fires down while they're doing the manhunt. But it is a complicated leadership and command challenge for sure.
They could always use the helicopter and do drops with the water if they don't want to send, physical bodies up in there and risk them being injured as well. So for him to say that, I know he's worked it, but it would make more sense to do drops of water than to send people up in there when stuff like this is happening. Okay.
When Kootenai County Fire and Rescue arrived on scene, the situation. Again, multiple heroic firefighters attacked today, responding to that fire in North Idaho. He calls it a heinous, direct assault on our brave firefighters. If you are just joining us, this all began at 1:20 this afternoon. A call for a brush fire, Canfield Mountain, east of Coeur d'Alene, kind of northeast of Coeur d'Alene. When Kootenai County Fire and Rescue arrived on scene, they began taking gunfire. The sheriff describing it as rapid gunfire from at least one suspect, potentially more. They just don't know at this point. 2 people were hit. The Kootenai County Sheriff says he believes those were firefighters who were hit. 2 people are dead. There could be more victims up there. So in the meantime, there is this huge response. We have a fire burning that they're not able to fight until this area gets secured. And they're just trying to get a handle on how many potential victims there could be up there, how many gunmen there could be up there. Sure. So it's very dynamic. And our Regan Gallo, Regan, you have been there live for a few hours now. We've come to you several times. Give folks a sense of just kind of the situation out there right now as you're seeing it.
Mark, it's just kind of a sense of, wow, like this is really happening. This was a beautiful Sunday into 4th of July week, and just kind of a travesty against our first responders and our firefighters for North Idaho. And just to talk about the severity, since I got here around 3:30 this afternoon, many more patrol vehicles from law enforcement from across Idaho and Washington state are here supporting, including, like you said, those federal authorities too. So a lot of hands on scene. I can still smell the smoke in the air. It's still going. And there's plenty of helicopters in the area. Border Patrol, Homeland Security is here as well with boots on the ground. So like Sheriff Norris said, they are not going to stop.
And now, while this was recorded earlier, listen, it's 10:36 p.m. where I am, and they're 2 hours behind me. So nightfall is about to hit. What in the world is going to happen?
Till the threat is neutralized, whether that is suspect or suspects. So very scary. And the other thing too, the heat. It's a very hot day. As I've been standing here for the past 3 hours in the sun reporting, I can just imagine how law enforcement is feeling hiking up that terrain on Canfield Mountain, trying to find those suspects too. It's summertime. We're in the heat of summer, and it's just a very scary situation.
Regan, it sounds like they're still working to get people off the mountain, at least within the last hour or so. The sheriff saying that they're actively taking and working to get people that they haven't reached is what he said. Have you seen people trying to get off the mountain and back in their vehicles and out of the area? What are you seeing from where you are?
From where I am, I have not seen any hikers come down the mountain. But yes, Sheriff Norris said that when the scene started, they had hikers up in the mountain enjoying the day. It is a Sunday. It's a beautiful Sunday. And so they don't know how many hikers were on the mountain when everything started happening, when chaos started. And so they are trying to actively get everyone out of the area and into safety to ensure that no one else can be, subject to harm with those suspects or suspect still on the mountain. So Haven't seen any hikers so far, but that's what they're working on. And I'm sure at that 9:30 press conference, we will get more updates on, what hikers are still out there, what casualties happened, and what's still happening.
Yeah, good points right there, Regan. Thank you. Kootenai County Sheriff Bob Norris saying during that press conference, if the individual or individuals are not neutralized quickly, this will likely be what he called a multi-day incident. We were talking about kind of the terrain out there. I want to bring Jeremy back in, Chief Meteorologist Jeremy the Goo.
Okay, did she say 9:30? Is that Idaho time? 9:30? So, that's going to be a while. I'm going to let this finish up, and then I might end up coming back. If they do a press conference, I may end up coming back. So make sure you turn your notifications on. You may be sleeping in your bed, but you can see it in the morning. So I'm going to let this finish out.
Let's talk about, Jeremy, the topography a bit. You ran Canfield Mountain before. You've gone out there to run. Is it steep? Like, just break it down for us. Describe kind of what first responders are against as they're going out there.
Yeah, so we talked a bit about the multiple different entrances, and all of them have a similarity. The similarity is you are coming into this mountain that starts out somewhat gradual, somewhat inviting. It is open at the bottom, and then you get into more dense trees. So you can see Coeur d'Alene and Hayden. So look at all of these different neighborhoods here. You can see a nice area where it's much flatter, much easier to navigate. But as you get closer to Canfield Butte, now the fire icon on here is not the exact location. I placed it on Canfield Butte so you can get an idea. There's Canfield Butte West and Canfield Butte East. Both of them are very steep. So as you get up into here, you can enter from a neighborhood here and meander your way up toward the top. You're going through dense woods on switchback trails as you do so. A good chunk of that hike is in dense forest vegetation, no matter which way you're coming in from.
So they may end up having to search homes as well to make sure that the people haven't taken anybody hostage, hiding out. So that's another thing we have to think about with this. This could go on for a while, y'all. This is insane.
So there are multiple ways in. You can get in from, say, to the west, from to the south, and even from areas out to the east where there is a whole array of Forest Service roads. If I zoom out on this map here quick, you can see a wide area. Let me get a pointer here. So see this area all out there where you're looking and it just looks like steep mountainous terrain? That is a smattering of logging roads, a very easy way in and out through the back if you know how you're moving through this terrain. As you get closer to the top of the mountain, it does turn into a more rocky, more steep terrain. I said the bottom is a little more inviting, but as you climb that mountain, it tends to get steeper and steeper and steeper. It is a very popular mountain for people training to, say, put up a bigger mountain summit. People who train for climbing Mount Rainier or Mount Hood nearby will oftentimes make their way to Canfield Butte because that top section is a lot of elevation gain in a very short period, very short distance. And with that, you are able to see over the tops of some of the trees that you find yourself among as you're making your way through the bottom of that hill. So it's a very different situation once you are in those trees as to once you get above those trees. And then once you're above them, there are different cement outcroppings toward the top of the mountain. If we take this view, you can kind of see some of those structures, some of the towers up there, and then the fire looks like it is just a little bit farther off to the east from there. So you can see some of these open areas, some of the denser wooded areas, and then this would be Canfield Butte East, and then the west one is the larger one. So when we go back to this map here, you can get an idea that that fire, if we dive in and just kind of move it based on what we are seeing in that imagery.
I am with you on that too, Martin. It wouldn't surprise me either if they are military.
It is one where it is likely a little bit just farther this way, more toward Canfield Butte east than it is Canfield Butte west. So it's a very dense wooded area that gets very steep very quickly, but it's also butted up to neighborhoods, to forest service roads that extend for miles. You can take those forest service roads all the way up to Canada. You can take them all the way over into Montana.
That's what I said earlier, Pam. This person know the area. This is not something that happened on a whim. This was definitely something that was planned out. They had their drops in different areas, if you understand what I'm saying. It might have started in one area, but I guarantee they're not sitting there running with the weapons in their hand. They have things all over that area. And again, they may have to do sweeps of people's homes just to make sure that no one is being held hostage in their home while, maybe hiding out. But it doesn't seem like they're hiding out right now if they're saying that they are still under fire. But we'll see at the hopefully 9:30 press conference. Right now it is 8:44 there, so a little under 40 minutes maybe, hopefully. Oh, sorry, let me hit play again. I was about to get out.
You can take them south to Interstate 90. It is a very, very active area. And there are people who know that area very, very well. So as you zoom out, look what you're seeing here. It's just a whole mess of forest with Forest Service roads that weave through all of them. Mark and
Goodness, a potentially huge scene. Jeremy, thank you. Stick with.
So that was a lot of information. That was good to know, in my opinion. It's just a whole lot of. Hold on. Are they still on that? Okay. Let's see. So I noticed at that time, I didn't hear it the first time. He actually said which firefighter was down, one from Coeur d'Alene, because the question that the reporter had was, was the firefighters from other areas as well? Okay, I'm gonna fast forward through it because he just said I'm down. So I kind of figured that this was somebody that had gotten shot. But he just said, I am down. And he does not sound good. So sending prayers, definitely. Well, I gotta, like, I have to hear it. Because I'm hearing background. I'm gonna play it again. Y'all let me know if y'all heard it. Does it sound like shooting in the background? The firefighter that said I'm down. Listen to the boom boom or pop pop, however you wanna. Let me go back a little bit. You heard? Did y'all hear that? Let me go to the comments, because I thought that's what I heard the first few times, but I didn't want to say that that's what I heard. Let me look at the comments. Anybody commenting? Because, oh Lord. Hold on for a second. Let me answer my phone. Sorry, y'all. That was my husband letting me know he just got to Missouri. And he missed his plane. So he ended up having to get a hotel room now in Missouri and get on the plane in the morning. And he was like, well, I'm going to need you to pick me up from the Charlotte airport because they don't have a flight now from Charlotte to Columbia, South Carolina. And I'm like, oh, I guess I can come pick you up in the morning. He said, would you be you guess? I said, well, if you done playing tag with the airplane. So where were we? Where were we? I had to fill him in on what was going on. Like, why are you still alive? Oh, I was waiting to see what y'all had to say. Yeah, it's It's big news now. I don't know why they're not. I guess because there's not really any updates. I'm trying to wait until 9:30 to see though. If not, I'm gonna get off. I'm gonna be tired tomorrow. Yes. Yeah, I'm gonna be tired tomorrow, especially because now I gotta drive to Charlotte. Jesus.
You can move to your location exactly. We're all at the upper parking lot. We're all at the upper parking lot. Please, law enforcement, as soon as possible, get law enforcement up to the upper parking lot, the group parking lot.
I'm not having any response from the battalion chief. They're above me inside the rig. I need help. I don't see anybody around.
Vehicle. Then immediately up here, we've got 2 unresponsive battalion chiefs, gunshot wounds, multiple gunshot wounds. 2 Coeur d'Alene firefighters are down. I thought there 2 unresponsive battalion chiefs. Law enforcement's getting there as quickly as they can. Law enforcement get up here, we could possibly get the 2 wounded out. I'm pinned down behind Battalion 1's rig. It's clear to me that this fire was set intentionally to draw us in. I copy. Do you want my flight to launch? 100% sure where they would land. I think they need to be prepared to launch. Yeah, they're prepared to launch. Go 107. Start dispatching 4 ambulances.
Go back for a second. I'm trying to see what he's saying.
Firefighter down. Needs help immediately. We need law enforcement immediately. I copy. Another firefighter down. Continuing law enforcement. I copy. 2 battalion chiefs. 1 off. 1 firefighter down.
As you take off, I'm down. Both battalion chiefs are responsible.
Those were shots right there. Right there. The guy that's talking, he's already been hit, but those are shots in the background.
I
copy. You can move to your location exactly. We're all.
That's not I gotta reset the chamber. I gotta do this. That's just back to back to back. Do. That's what I heard.
I copy. You can move to your location exactly. We're all at the upper parking lot. We're all at the upper parking lot. Please, law enforcement, as soon as possible, get law enforcement up to the upper parking lot, the group parking lot.
I'm not having any response from the battalion chief. They're above me inside the rig. I need help.
He said something about the battalion chief. Well, I'm sitting here trying to code this thing.
Law enforcement, as soon as possible, get law enforcement up to the upper parking lot, the group parking lot.
I'm not having any response from the battalion chief. They're above me inside the rig.
He hadn't had, okay, he hadn't, wait a minute. He hadn't had any response from the battalion chief. If I'm not mistaken, the other guy had said that both the battalion chief were down. That's why he hadn't heard anything. That's why the guy who had been shot hadn't heard anything from the battalion chief, because the guy who hadn't been shot, when he made the call, he said that the 2 battalion chiefs were down behind the engine. So they didn't even get to leave from where the truck was at. I don't know why I'm sitting here trying to code this thing. I just want it to be over, Lord Jesus. I don't know. Now let's do a little bit more.
Okay. Anybody around?
Hold on.
I don't see anybody around. They're above me inside the rig. I need help. I don't see anybody around type of
vehicle. Then immediately up here, we've got 2 unresponsive battalion chiefs, gunshot wounds, multiple gunshot wounds. 2 Coeur d'Alene firefighters are down.
See right there.
2 unresponsive battalion chiefs.
That's what I was saying. The guy who got shot didn't realize the battalion chiefs are down. I don't want to say that those are the two.
Breaking news out of Idaho. Dozens of firefighters. Breaking news out of
Of casualties. They don't know how many suspects are up there. And at this point, you heard the sheriff warn that if these individuals are not neutralized quickly, in other words, if they are not taken out, essentially, this will be a multi-day situation. At this point, there is no indication that there is any surrender that is imminent from these suspects on the mountain, according to what you heard there from the sheriff's office. After that news conference, in which the sheriff was clearly concerned about the well-being of the personnel who responded to that fire and about the safety of the officers. You can see what the scene looks like here. We've also been getting information from our local station in this area, KHQ, which had reported on this initially. There is a shelter in place currently for everybody in this area, and the sheriff warned very strongly, do not get out and go about messing around. I'm paraphrasing here. He wants people to stay at home at this point while this incredibly active situation is playing out. Again, sniper fire is what these firefighters, these other crews have responded, have been taking over the course of the last, we think, hour and change at this point. We've got a team assembled here as
multiple firefighters shot and ambushed in Coeur d'Alene and the wildfire in Canfield Mountain. This is reported by North Idaho News, a Facebook page, but it is correspondence with police. And there's a recording of a 911 call to substantiate this. At least 2 firefighters were killed and police had to respond on the scene. Now, I've talked to paramedics and have talked to some firefighters who say that they feel in danger in certain scenarios, even interacting with the public. But in a remote area like this, you wouldn't expect this type of interaction. So this might have been planned. This might have been intentionally lit to spark a response so they could ambush these firefighters.
Central BC 5, Central BC 5. BC 5 off state. Send law enforcement right now. There's an active shooter zone. They're shot. BC 3's down. BC 1's down. Everybody's shot up here. Law enforcement, code 3 now up here. 551, 10 or 14 up here. Stop. Get out of the way.
And BT is battalion. BT 1's down. BT, I think he said 2 down. It was 3 engines up there, so.
BC 5 off state. Send law enforcement right now. There's an active shooter zone. They're shot. BC 3's down. BC 1's down. Everybody's shot up here. Law enforcement.
So he said BT 3, BT 1. Wow.
3 now up here. 551, 10 or 14 up here. Stop. Get out of the way. 10 or 14. Engine push 551. Do not come up here.
51 copies. Remaining staging. Central from 551.
551.
You get an ETA on life flight, please. What? You're busy. You see what life flight has to offer and go and get started. Also, if you can do enact the MCI for the county, please.
Sorry, I couldn't copy. I was copying BC. Is at the upper parking lot. Is at the upper parking lot. Up on the dirt parking lot. We need law enforcement up here immediately. Law enforcement up here immediately. Copy upper parking lot. Immediately out, law enforcement. Go. Another Coeur d'Alene firefighter down. Needs help immediately. We need law enforcement immediately. I copy another firefighter down. Continuing law enforcement. I copy. 2 battalion chiefs. 1 off. 1 firefighter down.
Engineer Chief Golf, I'm down. Both battalion chiefs are responsible. Engineer Chief Golf down.
I copy. You can move to location and grab this. We're all at the upper parking lot. We're all at the upper parking lot. Please, law enforcement, as soon as possible, get law enforcement up to the upper parking lot, the dirt parking lot.
I'm not having any response from the 2 battalion chiefs. They're above me inside the rig. I need help. I don't see anybody around type of.
Vehicle. Then immediately up here, we've got 2 unresponsive battalion chiefs, gunshot wounds, multiple gunshot wounds. 2 Coeur d'Alene firefighters are down. I thought there 2 unresponsive battalion chiefs. Law enforcement getting there as quickly as they can. Law enforcement get up here, we could possibly get the 2 wounded out. I'm pinned down behind Battalion 1's rig. It's clear to me that this fire was set intentionally to draw us in. I copy. Do you want lifeline to launch? 100% sure where they would land. I think they need to be prepared to launch. Copy, prepared to launch. Go 107. Central BC 5, Central BC 5. BC 5 off state. Someone enforcer right now, there's an active shooter.
Are you all hearing what's happening in Idaho right now? Because some firefighters were just ambushed early today while responding to a brush fire.
Okay, before we get his opinion
and
on
according to
this.
local authorities, they came under fire from a gunman hidden in the woods. Let that.
Okay. So looking on X, says several firefighters and law enforcement officers reportedly shot in an ambush, possibly more additional shooting victims. The Life Flight Network is sending all available helicopters. Hold on. Let me hold on for a second. Sorry, sir. I'll be back. Just saw something. Okay, who sent this out? Desiree. Okay. Let's go over here to X real quick. Okay, that's the one I just read to y'all, but I don't see the other one.
I was like, move. Got in the road screaming at them. I was like, move.
Central BC 5, Central BC 5. BC 5 off state. Someone enforcer right now, there's an active shooter zone. They're shot. BC 3's down, BC 1's down. Everybody's shot up here. Law enforcement, code 3 now up here. 551, 10 or 14 up here. Stop. Get out of the way. 10 or 14. Engine push 551. Do not come up here.
51 copies, remaining staging. Central from 551.
551.
Oh, there's the one I just saw.
You get an ETA on life flight, please? What? You're busy. You see what life flight has to offer and go and get started. Also,
God, those frogs are loud. Let's see if that guy has found anything. Let me share this. We not at 9:30 yet, y'all. We's not there.
The helicopter, which had flown around, and it replaced another helicopter that had flown around for a while, for hours. It's been hours that there's been a Spokane County helicopter, a sheriff's office helicopter above the scene, and that helicopter has left, and I don't see any other helicopter there. So now it is, well, it's not dark. I don't believe it's even sunset yet there, actually, from when I checked.
It gets dark
So,
late there, so that's a plus, but still.
So,
I'm searching X. I keep saying Twitter.
I'm going to update the ticker. I posted on the ticker that they have found somebody, but I'm going to remove a couple things from the ticker that are not really relevant right now.
They found somebody. Let's see.
Hold on. Let me put this first.
If it's more than one, hopefully they take somebody alive so they can get the other ones. Otherwise, they could do it again.
Okay.
I'm seeing some breaking news. I don't know.
If people want to watch him, if you want to go and watch him, you can see that. Hold on, I want to mention this. Some of our viewers mentioned this. If people do want to watch him, you can watch the BC Preacher. It looks like one of our viewers said he looks like he's looking at some traffic. So maybe he's going to have a shot of the procession of the vehicles. Again, that's the BC Preacher on YouTube. He was the one who very kindly allowed us to use. I bought it from him. I have to send him the money after the stream, but he allowed me to buy use of his footage of the first.
I don't know how real that is. I don't want to report
so
that.
You can check out his channel if you want, the BC Preacher on YouTube.
But allegedly,
one of our viewers said he thought he was going to see the. I haven't been watching it, but he's looking at some traffic, so maybe he's trying to get a shot of the procession.
Office. Located. See, people be faking stuff so much you don't even know.
Let me see if I have any more updates.
I'm literally seeing something here that's saying from the sheriff, Kootenai County? Kootenai County. They're saying that members of SWAT team located a deceased male on Canfield Mountain. The firearm was found nearby. And again,
oh, by the way, Hunter Bertram with this is a local news outlet in Spokane, KXLY News. KXLY News, Hunter Bertrand reports that
That's what I'm
crews
reading
are starting
right
to
there.
leave. Police crews
I'm
are
reading
taking
what
down
he has
command
up
posts
right
and
there.
clearing out of the area. So
So
that's
maybe
we've seen that the police
that's a good
helicopter
sign.
left the area and no police helicopters.
So let me hold on. All right. So this is see, this is what I'm seeing. It says breaking. The Idaho shooter has been neutralized. They still gonna do a press conference though, y'all. So Kootenai County. I don't know where in the world I'm able to see that little bit of writing. So this evening, members of SWAT team located a deceased male on Canfield Mountain. A firearm was found nearby. Additional information will be provided during the scheduled press briefing at 9:30 p.m. So we got about 16 more minutes. At this time, the shelter in place is being lifted. However, there is still an active wildfire on Canfield Mountain. Residents in the area are advised to be prepared and ready should further action need to be taken. You know what that means, evacuation. So hopefully it didn't come to that. We're going to wait for the press conference to take place. I'm happy that it's over, but I'm so nervous now as to what they're going to say when it comes to the casualties. I'm nervous about that, y'all, if I must say. Hold on, let me share. Thought I was sharing. I'm tired. But I appreciate y'all, for the ones of y'all that stuck with me until the end of this. I wanted to see it through.
Transportation time zone map. I mean, just look at it. It's from the internet. U.S. Department of Transportation. See, the red is Pacific time. There's the red. Coeur d'Alene, it's in Pacific time. It's in the red. So those who keep messaging me, insisting that it's mountain time, you can check the internet for yourself and see that it is Pacific time.
People will argue you down, tell you. Now I've got to stay on alert for
Soap
this.
Dish Mama says, we are Pacific time in North Idaho.
I'm pretty sure. Let me pull this one up.
Anyway.
Get it ready.
Just a little update here from the Sheriff's Department. Let me just show you this real quick. They said there's still a fire going on. There is still an active wildfire on Canfield Mountain. Local residents should be prepared and ready in the event that the situation escalates. Please continue to follow official sources for accurate information.
Man.
How do I do this here? Hold on. Now I got to do this. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment.
Let's see. Who do we want to go to?
There we go. We'll leave that up on the screen for you.
Who do we want to go to?
One moment here.
I'm thinking this one might actually be their news. So I should go there.
Let me take some more comments here from
Where's
people.
Carrie Levin?
Deborah Behrens, our viewer, says, I hope it was only one person involved.
Okay. Let's go. Let me stop sharing for a second. I've got to pull a few things up. So let's go to, before it starts, I need to pull a few news stations up. Okay, NBC, you are behind NBC. You are behind. Oh, Lord, I'm sorry, y'all. Okay, let's see. Is this little news live now? Let's see. That might have been one I've already had up. Let's go over here. Let's put, we're going to do CNN, Fox, and probably ABC. Where's their live feed at? Hopefully they'll break into the updated press conference. And then I need to pull up, I'll leave that up there. Let's pull up, I think it's ABC. Oh, no mistake. Okay, is that Idaho News right there? Nope, it's not. Hopefully they'll come back on with theirs. All right. Now let me share. Nobody's live yet, like not even waiting that I can see on the person to come in and update us. I gotta close up some of my screens. I got too many of them open on the phone and the computer. Even got the TV on. Let's see. That's 2 hours ago. News. 1 hour ago. My computer sound like it want to take off. Like, girl, you ain't never been on here this long. Mr. Mac need to calm down. Okay. Just watch something else until this conference starts. Hopefully soon.
To frequent hike. Our Jeremy Legoo just stepped into the office right now. And Jeremy, you are familiar with that area. It's somewhere you have been to run and to recreate multiple times. Can you kind of describe it for us?
The most interesting thing about Canfield Mountain is it's a multi-use area. So you're getting everyone from people on side-by-sides to dirt bikes to mountain bikes to frequent hikers, people going up with their dogs every single day. Some people hike it every day of the week. It's a very close proximity to many different neighborhoods right there in both Hayden and Coeur d'Alene. So it's a very popular area to go with multiple different ways in. You can see some of that smoke here billowing off the top of the mountain. And when it comes to that mountain, it is right there. It sits just outside of Coeur d'Alene. So Coeur d'Alene just down on the southern end of this map right here. Coeur d'Alene sits here, Hayden here. This is your Canfield Butte area. And so there's a couple of different peaks. And if you are up at the top, if we go back, you can see some of what you're looking at. So this right here is just one of those towers, but at the bottom, there are also different buildings that are guarded by some fencing or different cement structures up there. The fire itself is still burning. And as you heard, it is still very dry. We are starting to see drought conditions emerge in parts of the inland Northwest. Parts of North Idaho have been getting rain recently, but we're starting to see some of that vegetation dry out quickly. Now, right now, we are about as good as we are going to be all summer long in terms of some of that vegetation, but we are heading into a very dry weather pattern. It thankfully looks like we have seen some of our worst wind recently with how our atmosphere is shaping up right now. So when I look at something like our wildfire map and wildfire potential the next couple of days, to me, the big story here is that we're seeing variable winds. It is still early enough in summer that we have cold pockets in the mountains. So we will get strong variable winds in a pattern like this. We heat up the ground and wind is driven by heat differentials of the lakes, of the roads, of the asphalt, and of the mountains. So it is very difficult to fight a fire in a situation like this. But as you heard, as the sun goes down, some of that will change. Mark? Tim?
All right, Jeremy, some good perspective on the area where this is all unfolding. Thank you very much.
Let's see.
Welcome back. We're covering an ongoing situation in Idaho right now. This is near Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Multiple firefighters came under fire, under sniper fire there. The sheriff's department there are handling an ongoing manhunt right now for a shooter or shooters there in that mountainous region. Let's bring in Chad Ayers now. He served as a sheriff's deputy for Greenville County in South Carolina for 12 years. We're watching
South Carolina,
sir, the
my
sheriff's department
hometown.
working very hard there in Idaho to, quote, neutralize the threat on the ground. What are they doing right now? What do you know about a situation? This is a particularly rural area, but also has a community of about 54,000 right there on the cusp. Your thoughts?
Sure. Obviously, this is a traumatic situation for those firemen and the law enforcement to be dealing with. You know, I think the advantage is going to come personally when it gets a little darker. When nightfall comes, they can utilize air support that has technology, you know, systems like the FLIR, infrared cameras to try to, you know, hone in on these heat signatures that may be up there. But at this time, obviously, the suspect having the high ground on top of law enforcement, it gives them the disadvantage, not knowing how many shooters we have, not knowing the reasoning behind this. But hopefully when nightfall comes, we can start deploying drones and helicopters with technology to try to hone in on exactly where this suspect or suspect is.
Sir, do you think that nighttime would be an advantage or a disadvantage as this hunt continues?
Well, it's kind of twofold here. Obviously, the FLIR system works great. We're in summer months now, so the foliage on the trees, you know, you've got green trees. It's harder to see exactly where the suspect possibly is. At night, utilizing this technology and that's out there may give some advantage. But obviously, we're up in mountainous terrains where, you know, you're going to be having to pinpoint, you know, the difference of these heat signatures between wildlife animals and the suspect. And a lot of this comes with being situationally aware. Obviously, Sheriff Norris has done a great job, you know, reaching out to state, local, and federal resources to get manpower there. I guarantee that they're at a command post now, formulating a game plan to work together.
Oh, that might be an old press conference.
High winds, is that going to fuel the fire or anything? Or is it, we're at a high state right now in Wyoming?
Oh, Lordy Jesus. Okay. I don't know if this is an actual press conference or the one before. I really don't.
So as soon as somebody has a clear shot, I encourage them to take that
No,
shot.
this is not. Just CNN playing the same loop.
Oh yeah, we have our emergency operations bureau that is
At least I
containing
think.
assets, and whenever a situation goes beyond the local resources, which this has, like I said, we have other counties that are here, we have federal authorities that are here, and we will neutralize this threat.
So, I know we touched on this with the suspects.
I don't see anybody showing it, so they haven't begun yet. Whatever it's gonna start.
Bullets are coming from that might indicate that
Yes. Oh yeah. Yep. Yep.
So it's coming from not just one.
Yeah. It's what the officers and deputies are reporting up on the mountain right now. So.
Have any officers been hit?
As of right now, we don't have any officers that have been hit. Okay.
Can you just confirm, list all the law enforcement authorities that are here on scene?
Well, I have not gotten a list yet, but however, if I mean, pretty much everybody that's in this region, we have some Spokane resources that are here. We have Marshal's office that is on scene. Bonner County Sheriff's here. Coeur d'Alene Police, of course, is here. Idaho State Police, but we have a multitude of resources right now. So, okay, what we'll do is Lieutenant Mark Ellis is going to be one of our press relations here, and we'll determine what time we'll do another press conference.
I don't know who came up with that 9:30. It might not be the case.
Release. So I'm thinking it'll probably be a press conference, and it'll probably be somewhere in the next 3 or 4 hours, unless something significant happens before then. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, they're just playing their regular old loop-de-loop, and I'm not seeing anything, y'all. I'm still looking. I forgot to put in where it was. There's so many mass shootings. It's like you gotta be specific. All of them pop up. Goodness gracious. United States has more guns than any country, I believe. Don't quote me on that. Like citizens, I mean. No, that's the old. I'm hoping that the number is still low as far as casualties go. That's where I got it now. CNN. I think we watched every article that was out here. I mean, video that was out here on this. And they just keep re-uploading the same video.
For customers like Jack, great experiences aren't built with your best guess. They're built with data you can trust to be accurate.
In an apparent ambush. Let's take you right to the Kootenai County Sheriff's
not the
Office,
new
briefing
one.
reporters now.
This is not the new one. They just keep showing the same thing. Hold on.
Is the center of white nationalism in the United States. It doesn't mean this has anything to do with any of that, but our nation has had some experiences there that are unique. And I mean, just the thought that comes to mind is the trespass of fire service could trigger somebody that has a really extreme idea of what that means. And so all of that's in retrospect. Right now, they have to stop this person, whoever's shooting at fire service or whatever they're doing. Incredibly large tactical problem, but they will resolve it. And just to pray to the fire service who have lost their lives in this so far, for sure.
Yeah, a heartbreaking situation, but still an ongoing and dangerous situation. There's a lot of people that are rushing there to that scene to try to get this under control. We're talking about a perimeter that is expanding and also suspects that as of yet, as far as we know, have yet to be apprehended. What does this mean for the manhunt going forward?
Well, the first thing is your most valuable intelligence is going to be law enforcement and the community itself, because depending on the density of where this took place, meaning is it really rural? Is it somewhat urban? That's going to really determine the amount of information they have, because they're going to know, say, in a particular area, you've got 5 landowners and there's 4 residences on this spread out area. Law enforcement is going to make contact at every one of those properties they got to make sure those people are safe and alive, but they also want to find out if their hostility is coming from any of those locations. So they have to eat this elephant one bite at a time. They're going to be doing it very quickly. The main thing is eliciting information from the community and local law enforcement to start zeroing in on the possibilities of this and just breaking it down. And that's unfolding. In terms of the fire suppression, obviously, if they're going to a new area and where this thing started, and obviously, too,
I'm sorry to interrupt. Thank you.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Hold on. Y'all done read the thing and gave y'all my analysis of what I'm thinking, and I'm muted. Okay, so according to NBC, what to know is 2 firefighters were shot and killed as they responded to a brush fire near CDA. Authorities said at least one other firefighter was in surgery at a nearby hospital. Authorities said that the fire seemed to be intentionally set as part of the ambush, and Sheriff's Department took active sniper fire. And that's according to the sheriff. Okay, so authorities said that shortly before 9 p.m. local time that a man was found dead on Canfield Mountain with a gun nearby. So what I was saying, my opinion out loud, and I was muted. What is nearby? Is nearby like right next to them? Is nearby yards from them? What is nearby? Because it could be that it was multiple people, and to throw the police off and so that the others can get away, they took one of them out and just left him there so they would think that everything was over. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud, y'all. I'm tired. Okay. I'm tired. I'm just thinking out loud. So Canfield Mountain is in CDA, which is in northwestern Idaho, about 10 miles from Spokane. So that's what NBC is showing, and I'm still not seeing that there is any press conference out here. Okay. Fox. What is USA Today saying? Sniper in Idaho kills 2 firefighters, injures third in ambush. Sniper arrived with high-powered rifle, shot and killed. 2 firefighters responding to a wildfire blaze in Idaho Panhandle. Seriously injured another. And this was announced by the sheriff at around 11 p.m., several hours after the attack started. The officers have since found a dead man on the mountain with a firearm nearby. They did not provide other details about who the man was, but a shelter-in-place order for local residents was lifted, suggesting a manhunt for the suspect was over. Earlier in the day, the sheriff has said at a news conference that the officers were under fire from a sniper while responding to the initial attack on the firefighters. He says, we're actively taking sniper fire. The attack happened around 2 p.m. at Canfield Mountain. Laura said it was unclear exactly how many people had been hit. He said first responders were taking fire from a modern high-powered sporting rifle. The shooter was in a spot with heavy brush, and they were well prepared, and blending in with their surrounding. He also said that it was imperative that they neutralize quickly in order to avoid a multi-day operation. So seemingly they have done that. Idaho governor released a statement. I read that earlier. They were dispatched at 1:30 p.m. So they immediately, like once they got there, was under fire. That's crazy. That's nuts. Oh man. I know they got a lot to do, but jeez. Can we get an update directly from y'all? I'm looking for an Idaho. That's the old press conference. Seen that. And if you're just coming in, they say that they found this person finally. This started at around 1:45, 2 o'clock. The call went out at 1:30 for the that there was a fire. The firefighters got there, were under fire. 2 that we know of are deceased. Many others injured. 1 is in surgery right now. What else do we know? Other than we tired of this kind of stuff happening, and I'm tired in general, but tired of this kind of stuff happening. We're waiting on a press conference, been waiting for a while now, but the sheriff did release a statement at around 11 o'clock via their X. So hopefully they're still going to do. It's 12:04. I didn't realize what time it was. We've been waiting since 9. We've been waiting longer than that, but it was supposed to be at 9:30 their time. So right now it's 10:04 there. So they're a little behind, and it's 12 here where I am. And it's past my bedtime. Tired. And I know as soon as I get off, and I said as soon as I get off, they're going to do this press conference. I kind of wanted it all in one video. That way I can go in and edit it later, because I'm going to edit this video down for sure into smaller videos. Oh my gosh. Let's see. What are you talking about? Now it's saying 12:30 my time. Well, I've been saying that. 9:30 their time. But that's not the case. That is not the case. I gotta get out of some of these screens I'm in. Oh, excuse me. Hold on, y'all. I got too many things open. Close that. Okay. And all up in there. Do 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 do. So we're gonna. This is the statement that was released right here. But I am about, hold on. Oh, what time my daughter got? I gotta get up in the morning. Let's see. Okay. Is the news reporting this? Because I see other people reporting it, but is the news reporting it? Let's see.
All right, guys, we have a huge update to the Coeur d'Alene, Idaho active shooter situation where 2 firefighters have been unalived and multiple others have been injured. Now, according to the sheriff's department, a man with a firearm has been found deceased on Canefield Mountain. Officials are going to be disclosing further details at a news conference scheduled for 9:30 p.m. local time, according to the release. Now, the sheriff's office is still emphasizing that this is still an active shooter situation, and please shelter in place. Do not leave your homes. Do not go out. Do not walk your dogs. Do not do anything until they give the all clear. Now, authorities are saying that even though one person was found unalived with a weapon, that doesn't mean that there isn't more shooters out there. Now, everybody has answers. Nobody knows what this person or
So I thought I'd take a couple bites of my cold food. What he just said was what I was thinking, but what was put out there was totally different. So now it's like mixed information. Because I'm like, there were multiple people shooting. What do you mean one's down? Now I'm gonna lift this order. I don't know, y'all. I hope this press conference comes soon.
person's motive is. Like, who would actively target firefighters? I mean, this person must be a super sick individual. Anyway, like the video, comment down below. Let me know what your opinion is on the matter.
Idaho update. Kootenai County Sheriff just released a statement saying that one male was found deceased on Canfield Mountain. Apparently they're thinking that that was the shooter, hopefully the only shooter. It's really confusing when you see all of the different reports of how that there might have been multiple shooters. I'm seeing reports of between 2 to 4 deceased.
Update part 2 from Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. They think they got the suspect. There's an unalive man in the woods by the brush fire with a weapon next to him. They think they got him. This is the guy that was sniping and took out 2 firemen trying to fight the brush fire in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Holy cow, this story's getting crazier and crazier as we go. If anything else happens, I'll let y'all know.
The suspect of the ambushed firefighters, the guy that shot them, has been found dead, supposedly. Not sure how accurate this is, but this is developing right now. Supposedly a SWAT team came in and they have found a dead body at the scene. The suspect of the ambush.
So as around 8 p.m., they got him. If you guys are still following the situation, never expected a DJ business page to turn into breaking news, but looks like this been getting some numbers, so figured I'd update. So they got him. We can.
It's going to be the tough next couple hours. Yeah, absolutely. I'm hoping that somebody has a clear shot and is able to neutralize, because they are not at this point in time showing any evidence of wanting to surrender. So as soon as somebody has a clear shot, I encourage them to take that shot and neutralize the threat. It's going to be the tough next couple hours. Yeah, absolutely. I'm hoping that somebody has a clear shot and is able to neutralize, because they are not at this point in time showing any evidence of wanting to surrender. So as soon as
talk to me more about what appears to be a coordinated attack here. What are your initial thoughts as we're getting these details in?
The minute I heard about this, in my opinion, there's no question that this was intentionally set, and you heard them say it on that 911 call. My concern here is that this individual or individuals, whoever these perpetrators are, really do have the advantage now of higher ground, because clearly they planned this out. And I'm very concerned about the safety of both law enforcement and those firefighters. Obviously, their top priority is to neutralize the threat, which is the shooter or the shooters, but also their secondary priority is to make sure that civilians, as you mentioned, are safe. This is a trail. This is difficult terrain. And that is going to be a very hard thing to do, as you're almost funneling people out in a way, and then they obviously become essentially a target. And this is going to be incredibly difficult and incredibly dangerous.
we are actively taking sniper fire as we speak.
Rico, I'm going to ask you to stay with us as we continue to monitor what has happened here at Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. As you have heard, as we've been talking about here, this developing news, a very active situation. 2 people, both believed to be firefighters, dead. An unknown number of people who could be hurt as firefighters responding to an initial call found themselves taking sniper fire. An active situation as we speak. People in that area of northern Idaho have been warned, shelter in place now. We are going to continue to stay on top of all of these developments. Look for more special reports throughout the evening. Rico, I'm going to ask you to stay with us as we continue to monitor what has happened here at Coeur d'Alene, Idaho.
That would be interesting to know. Is it?
We've an update now.
Is it the
There's
Decker
multiple
guy?
people shooting. Then again, it could be multiple people, depending on if they have it like between canyons. That could indicate, yes, there had to be 2 people, because there's no way there was a line of sight between it. But again, that information comes in is so chaotic in the beginning, even from eyewitnesses, until you sit down and start mapping it out, it's really tough to understand. So you have to assume the worst, that there could be multiple shooters.
Rob D'Amico, I'm going to ask you to stay with us as we continue to monitor what has happened here at Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. As you have heard, as we've been talking about here, this developing news, a very active situation. 2 people, both believed to be firefighters, dead. An unknown number of people who could be hurt as firefighters responding to an initial call found themselves taking sniper fire. An active situation as we speak. People in that area of northern Idaho have been warned, shelter in place now. We are going to continue to stay on top of all of these developments. Look for more special reports throughout the evening.
There's multiple people shooting. Then again, it could be multiple people.
Okay, still no conference.
Protect themselves. But like you said, we're in a very rural area.
They are warning people who live in the area to lock themselves in their homes and arm themselves.
Right now. So my thoughts and prayers go out to them and obviously to the fire department. But I assure you, with our federal and state partners coming in, working with that local community, look, the crime rate this is not normal for this area of Idaho. And so obviously they're going to be reaching out to these things.
Thank you very much for your expertise. We really greatly appreciate it. We have to take a break, and we're gathering more information as this manhunt continues in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, for shooter.
All right, guys, here's the latest.
When your people.
Well, people in that area needs to be very careful because the sheriff has also said that if anybody gets a clear shot at the shooter or shooters, that they should take them out. And this is going to make it very difficult for law enforcement to try to determine who is in their sights. Maybe there's some innocent people, and they certainly don't want to take innocent individuals out. But this is a very fluid, active situation there in the Coeur d'Alene, Idaho area. And by the way, Molly, I've been in that area. This is right around the Canfield Mountain area there. Well, people in that area.
This is a Fox News alert. I'm Marianne Rafferty, live in Los Angeles. We are just getting word that the suspected shooter, accused of starting a fire and then ambushing first responders, killing 2 firefighters and wounding at least one that we heard was in surgery earlier, that a person was found with a gunshot wound. They believe that is the shooter. This is a Fox News.
It's going to be the tough next couple hours.
A Fox News alert, officials giving an update on the active shooter situation developing in Ohio.
A quick update on the situation in Idaho. Heavy-duty officers are now arriving on the scene where the standoff is taking place. The lead investigator said that there are 2 confirmed deaths of 2 firefighters, and they're actively taking sniper rounds from the suspect. The sheriff has...
Just asset being flown to 34 X. A little earlier.
Central BC 5, Central BC 5. BC 5 off state. Someone law enforcement right now, there's an active shooter zone. They're shot. BC 3's down, BC 1's down. Everybody's shot up here. Law enforcement, code 3 now up here. 551, 10 or 14 up here. Stop. Get out of the way. 10 or 14. Engine push 551. Do not come up here. 51 copies. Remaining staging. Central from 551. 551. You get an ETA on light flight, please. What? You're busy. You see what light flight has to offer and going to get started. Also, if you can do enact the MCI for the county, please. Sorry, I couldn't copy. I'm copying BC. Is at the upper parking lot. Is at upper parking lot. Up on the dirt parking lot. We need law enforcement up here immediately. Law enforcement up here immediately. Copy, upper parking lot. Immediately out, law enforcement. Yeah, another Coeur d'Alene firefighter down. Needs help immediately. We need law enforcement immediately. I copy, another firefighter down. Continuing law enforcement. I copy. 2 battalion chiefs. 1 off. 1 firefighter down.
As you see, both I am down. Both battalion chiefs are responsible. As you see, both down.
I copy. You can't move. What's your location exactly? We're all at the upper parking lot. We're all at the upper parking lot. Please, law enforcement, as soon as...
The part I was trying to make...
Both battalion chiefs are responsible. I copy. You can move to your location exactly. We're all at the upper parking lot. We're all at the upper parking lot. Please.
He said, I need help to walk down. I can't move. It's just horrible.
Law enforcement as soon as possible. Get law enforcement up to the upper parking lot, the group parking lot. I'm not having any response from the battalion chief. They're above me inside the rig. I don't see anybody around. Vehicle. Then immediately up here, we've got 2 unresponsive battalion chiefs, gunshot wounds, multiple gunshot wounds. 2 Coeur d'Alene firefighters are down. I thought there were 2 unresponsive battalion chiefs. Law enforcement getting there as quickly as they can. Law enforcement get up here. We could possibly get the 2 wounded out. I'm pinned down behind Battalion 1's rig. It's clear to me that this fire was set intentionally to draw us in. I copy. Do you want Wi-Fi to launch? 100% sure where they would land. I think they need to be prepared to launch. Yeah, they're prepared to launch. Go 107. Start dispatching 4 ambulances. Central BC 5, Central BC 5.
Breaking. Suspect deceased after opening fire and ambushing firefighter.
Engine 14, Engine 3, Medic 51, BC1, BC3 for Delta Fat Wildland Fire, Elton Gulch and Shaolu Box 1. Engine 14, Engine 3, Medic 51, BC1, BC3 for Delta Wildland Fire, Elton Gulch and Shaolu.
Central Engine 3 is on scene, Campfield parking lot. Fire is going to be north of us. The Trail 6 report appears to be accurate. We're meeting with someone right now that wants further. Stand by, this is Campfield Command. I'm going to be assuming Campfield Command. We've got reports from a bike rider, probably looking at maybe close to half an acre now, moving fairly quickly in the dust, going to be moving to the trees shortly. We're trying to gain access to the area to get an exact location. I'm establishing the command post in the Nettleton Gulch or the Canfield parking lot, and I'd like to go to a sectional up.
Canfield Plan Central. BC1 Central. Central BC 5, Central BC 5. BC 5 off state. Send law enforcement right now. There's an active shooter.
That's an insane and crazy and terrifying experience. I wouldn't want to be there at all as a civilian or as one of the best and brightest. DHS, ICE, border. I mean, everybody and their mama, okay, showed up to take this mother lover out. But, you know, wait for us to hear what that is. And here's the other thing too. It doesn't matter. I know that, you know, the people in the chat are like, you know, I wonder if he was a migrant or, you know, oh, I saw in the chat earlier. I bet he was DEI, something crazy, right? We all got jokes. We all got opinions. Okay. We all have our bias and all that. But at the same time, at the end of the day, this is just an evil person. Okay. It doesn't matter if this person was black, white, Mexican, legal, illegal, it doesn't matter. Okay. We're going to find out soon enough. I'm sure the identity of this particular person is going to be found very, very soon. Found out very, very soon or revealed, hopefully by the time hopefully by the time the press conference ends, we'll have a full-on identification of this particular assailant. We'll find out soon enough. Okay.
Well,
But I think we just need to wait and quit
what other people are thinking, because this could be any kind of situation. We don't know, and we're all guessing at this point. Well, maybe the person was this, and maybe the person was that. It doesn't change the outcome of what took place. In the end, people have lost their lives. Families forever change. And at the end of the day, we all bleed red. We are a human race. And we need to start, and I'm saying we, but I'm not talking about us. Let go of whatever hatred you have, whatever that is that makes you decide it's okay to do what you're doing in that moment. Whatever you're feeling and you feel like you don't want to be on this earth anymore, people will take your life too along with theirs. You could just be minding your business or doing your job like they were trying to do their job. So who knows where this is going? I'm gonna leave him up, but I'm gonna jump off. Everybody's still waiting. They're gonna be waiting by themselves because I'm about to get off. I gotta get up in the morning, take my daughter to work, gotta pick my husband up from the airport. No, not in this situation. It's not. Oh, so what time is it? 12:29. Okay.
as much recently. So I'm hoping that this is not something that just kicks this thing off all over again. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Mo, it's sad. You know what I'm saying? It's sad, y'all. It's sad. So they're supposed to be starting their
Should be.
I'm looking at it right now. I'm serious, guys. Like, I'll just show you what I mean. They're supposed to be starting here. It's 11:30 or almost 11:30. Yeah, it's 11:29 my time. Okay. So hopefully they're going to be starting here in just a second. Okay. But like I said to you guys before, if you guys are just walking in, okay, late to the party, just finding out about all this, apparently the assailant has been taken out. Okay. The assailant has been found, neutralized. Okay. His body was found. They say a firearm was nearby the body, and that they lifted the shelter in place, and people can go back to the regularly scheduled program in life. But still, firefighters still need to take out the fire that's happening, that's still brewing right now as we speak. Okay. So they still have to take care of that. But one thing is for sure, they still have that assailant allegedly gone. The other question still I have, and hopefully they answer it during this press conference, is that this is the only assailant. That's the question. Is this the only assailant? If this is not the only assailant, it's going to be interesting. But hopefully this is the only assailant. They wouldn't lift shelter in place.
That's what I'm thinking.
You see what I'm saying? They wouldn't lift shelter in
But
place
it's still concerning.
if there was really something going on. You know, if there was other assailants out there.
Oh, where is that?
Hold on.
You mentioned that there were multiple people that have been shot. Do you have an exact number?
That's an old one. Sorry, guys. Just making sure. We're just, I mean, unless there's a mistake here. Okay.
9:30 p.m. 30 hours.
Okay, so there's that. One.
I'm trying, y'all. But they are taking forever. Oh, wait, here we go. Let me share this, y'all. They live now. Hold on. I'm gonna do it on my own.
From the Canyon County Fire and Rescue. And we're going to go through a quick timeline. This is still a very, very fresh investigation. So, an incident. So many of these facts might change, but they are evolving as we speak. At approximately 1:21 this afternoon, we received a phone call that there was a fire on the backside or east side of Canfield Mountain. Fire assets responded to the scene, and at approximately 2 o'clock, firefighters broadcast that they were being shot at on Canfield Mountain. During that next hour and a half, where we have assets that are responding to the aid of these firefighters, we still have an active fire. We are managing about 17,000 square foot containment area. We are requesting other law enforcement agencies to assist us. We had a great response. We had the Spokane County Sheriff's Office responded in force, the Spokane Police, the Coeur d'Alene Police Department, the FBI, many agencies responded right here in Idaho, Bonner County, Shoshone County, Kellogg. So we had about 300 law enforcement officers that were on scene that were trying to make heads and tails out of what was occurring. And during this time, we exchanged gunfire with the suspect, and we also got information. We received information from the White House, from Kash Patel, the FBI, from Governor Brad Little, and also Raul Labrador, that anything that we needed, that they would absolutely respond. So we had a lot of assets that came into that command post. And then we had a briefing about 6:30, about 18:30 hours at the command post. And in that briefing, we kind of gave an update to the agencies that this is still an active shooter, and that as soon as this individual could be neutralized, that he should be neutralized and the threat should be eliminated as quickly as possible. At approximately 1940 hours, we did have information that let me back up just a second. We had a cell phone activation that was in the same spot since about 3:16. And that it was in the same area, and we honed in on that cell phone, and we saw that there was a male, appeared to be deceased, with a weapon nearby. So we have currently one dead shooter. Based on the preliminary investigation that was being conducted, keep in mind we had a fire that was rapidly it was approaching the body, so we had to scoop up that body, and we had to transport that body to a different location. But based on the preliminary information, we believe that is the only shooter that was on that mountain at that time. So there is no threat to the community at this time. Based on the trajectory and based on the type of weapons that this individual had that we could recover, we believe only the one shooter. We did lose a Coeur d'Alene firefighter, and we did lose a firefighter from the Kootenai County Fire and Rescue. We have another firefighter that just came out of surgery from the Coeur d'Alene Police Department. I'm sorry, from the Coeur d'Alene Fire Department, right? Is that true? Okay. He just came out of surgery. He is fighting for his life, but he's in stable condition. So we knew that that our resources were exhausted. That if this were to prolong into a 24 or 48-hour operation, we would need additional helicopters. We had 2 helicopters that were up, and we had snipers in them. So if they had an opportunity to take a shot, then we wanted them to take that shot. We wanted to neutralize that threat. And Chief, is there anything that you'd like to say, or you want to take questions? Okay. Right now, like I said, this information is very, very preliminary. And if you have a questions, just ask who you'd like that question directed to, and we'll try to answer it.
Are you able to share anything about these firefighters? If they, anything about them at all, and their identities, what the fire department is doing right now to assist the rest of the others who lost these guys, or
We are not going to name the firefighters at this time, and there was a procession from Kootenai Health to the Spokane Coroner's office, but their families will need support.
Aiden Brown, Fox 2 News. You mentioned 3 firefighters that have been shot. Was there any other first responders or personnel that were injured during this operation?
No. As of right now, those are the only 3 that we have. We believe that everybody is off the mountain, so any civilians that were hiking during that time, we believe it's likely, had they been injured, they would have came forward. So.
And there was a belief at some point that there could potentially have been a second shooter. I know that there's still been able to essentially eliminate that thought process.
Yeah, we believe, based on the information that we've been able to collect, that we believe that there was only one shooter. And we based it on the weapons that we found at the scene, the type of injuries that were incurred by that weapon. So as of right now, from a very preliminary determination, we believe that there was only the one shooter.
And I know it's early, but do we have any sort of background on this person?
No.
Any motive?
Nope.
Any name?
Black shirt.
Aaron from Link Media. Do we know if the person that you just said you don't have any background? Do we know if he's possibly like from here or here? You don't have the identity.
We need to wait until a positive identification.
Okay,
is
they
made.
don't know yet.
So,
Well, they might know, they ain't telling us.
Suspect shootings don't. We know that.
we don't know at this point in time. So the coroner's office will conduct their investigation, and so as of right now, we don't know. We do believe that the suspect started the fire, and we do believe that it was an ambush, and it was intentional, and yeah, we do believe that he started it, and it was totally intentional what he did. In the back there on the tan. There was a gentleman that made the 911 call. He did not identify himself as the shooter. So as of right now, we don't believe that he's the one that made the 911 call. But, you know, that could change because
they're going to check the phone.
Don't use their real names and what have you. So.
Any description of the suspect?
No, not at this time. No. Gentleman in the red hat.
Brandon, Neil with KXOY. Does the fire present any problems with you as you're trying to collect evidence?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we scooped up that body, and as far as the preservation of the scene, you know, it's not perfect in this particular situation, but it's something that had to be done. So you have to evaluate each particular circumstance, and at this time, we felt like since the fire was approaching, we needed to scoop up that body, and it's contained, so there are law enforcement personnel that are up there, and we will conduct the investigation, continue it tomorrow morning. Crews will be there all night. So yeah, it's compromised, sure, but we had to do what we had to do to preserve the body. So
what was the weapon?
We're not, like I said, we don't know if there's more weapons up there that he had. There is a belief that he ran and shot. So we don't know what we might be collecting once the fire threat diminishes.
Yeah.
The gentleman in the black shirt. Oh, absolutely, yeah. We you know, on a large operation like this, if we had to fuel helicopters, and there are some helicopters that had some really good technology that were able to pinpoint where that cell phone activity was. So yeah, there was our federal partners assisted us in this situation. 100% they did.
What location did you find the suspect?
Not too far from the original call for service. Yeah. Not too far. Anybody I haven't called on? All right, gentleman in the black shirt.
You said you picked up the cell phone signal around 3:16.
Yes.
How long was it between that signal that you got and you were able to?
4 hours.
It's about an hour and a half. Yeah.
Felt like fun.
Right.
So you did say there was a gun found, a weapon, correct?
Correct.
What kind was that?
We're not releasing that right now, just because we had to scoop everything up so quickly. We could not preserve the scene like traditionally we would like to.
That's great.
So we believe that there's a likelihood that when we are able to enter the scene again tomorrow without the threat of fire, that we'll find other weapons that were placed. So this was a total ambush. These firefighters did not have a chance.
Sheriff Garrett, this goes from review. Can you just describe the terrain and how difficult it was?
You know, when you have an environment where you don't know where the bullets are coming from because of the trees and the shrubbery and what have you, it is daunting for police officers, let alone firefighters who are there just to put out the fire. So it's very, very difficult. Very difficult for drones or helicopters to see any individuals up there. So this was a total ambush, taken by surprise, and yeah, it's unfortunate. So
Firefighters deal with ambush. Police deal with ambush all the time. But firefighters, are they trained in that type of situation?
No, this is something that we don't train for. It's not something we expect. It's not something our firefighters should have to deal with. In this situation, they were called to a grass fire, which is already something that we're very heightened and are anxious about this time of year. And they were doing everything the way they were supposed to do it.
Can we get an update on the fire? Do you have any sort of acreage or containment information?
It's about 20 acres. But unfortunately, we weren't able to put any resources on it because of the gunfire exchange. So, ma'am, in the white there.
Sheriff Doris, reading with Crime 2, this is the week of 4th of July. First responders are already on the fence with, this coming week. Just emotionally tell me how it feels to have something happen like this, especially with, such important authorities that are super important for a week like this too.
Yeah, I haven't, it hasn't sunk in yet. I mean, this is a situation where I don't even think a lot of us in this room has processed this. So, yeah, this community supports firefighters and law enforcement.
Any structures lost?
Nope, not at this time, no.
Is there any specific information about the actual location of where the shooter was at? Like, is there like, I don't want to say like an address, but like maybe like coordinates or anything like that?
We might be able to get that for you later, but I don't have that information now. Yeah. I would like to say something. There was some information that was broadcasted on social media. And it's very, very important. These firefighters or police officers, in some cases, have family. And for some of this information to have been broadcasted, I hope we can ask with our social media and our First Amendment auditors and our civilian journalists to take in consideration what you're putting out there on the social media, because it can be devastating it's devastating when somebody knocks at your door to tell you something like this, but to hear about it on social media, I'm just asking for people to be considerate in the most significant of injuries and times. So.
Federal apparatus, I'm wondering what the White House has committed to in the FBI and Homeland Security.
We had helicopters and personnel on the ground probably within the hour.
I forgot I was muted. I will be editing out a lot of stuff that's in my video for real.
Also, in follow-up to that, this is obviously going to hit our community incredibly hard. It already has. I know, again, it's early. What can we do for the families? Will there be a memorial fund set up? Will there be some sort of way that we can, as a community, come together to support them? Because this is a devastating loss and people want to put that emotion somewhere.
We're grieving as an organization, and I can speak for Coeur d'Alene Fire as well. So a lot of those steps have not been completely brought to fruition, especially with it being a weekend. We know that the Red and Blue Foundation and Anchored Coffee has already offered to do a lot of the donation collection, and we appreciate them. They've been a great supporter of law enforcement and fire, and they'll continue to be a good partner for us. So that's where I would initially encourage people to seek to provide some support for the families.
Can you say what
I'd like to add, until a press release comes out by these two agencies, do not give money to a entity that says they're representing these people. They will put out a press release with the information, whether it's going to be an account at a bank or an account at another entity, but we will likely have some people that will try to scam based on this tragedy. So do not give money to any entity until a press release is released. Is that fair to say? On where exactly to give this money.
Can you say, sorry, what you're doing for your firefighters right now? Just because I know
I would say it's very early on. They're just processing this right now. So they're in shock. So is that a fair statement?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I would say let's give it a day or two, and
we have mobilized peer support groups from all over the region for our people, and so that is something that we've already put into place. But like Sheriff has said, we don't know exactly all the extent of what we're going to need to do for our people just yet.
I did get information that some Black Hawk helicopters were also committed in the event that we needed to go.
The Idaho National Guard was prepared to provide a Black Hawk should we need one.
Wow.
Let's go here. No. Nope.
Is there any information you have on when the firefighters were shot at? Is it when they were actively fighting? Or was it
Well,
when
it
they first arrived?
at approximately 1,400 hours.
Is there a potential for this situation to shift policy or add policies to the fire department?
It should.
I know you guys.
So as a rule, you know what's predictable is preventable. In this situation, I'm just not sure how it could have possibly been predicted. So it's really hard to policy that out, but we will be doing a complete review.
You know, you can
Quarterbacking.
anticipate or expect some of these things to occur in a urban setting. You can. I've seen it myself. However, in a rural setting, this is very, very, very rare in a rural setting. I mean, I've never seen it many times in an urban setting. I have not seen it in a rural setting. Yes, sir. Well, you got the last question. Lucky you.
How involved were the firefighters in battling this blaze when they arrived there? Was it pretty immediate that these shots rang out, or were they dousing in water?
Do you know what time they arrived on scene?
My understanding is that they were doing a reconnaissance on the fire initially, and that there actually was not any active firefighting at that point. So it was right early on in the incident.
There was only one fire. I know that there was misinformation out there that there was multiple fires started, but there was just the one fire.
Correct.
They might be thinking about Mandalay.
The Idaho State Police is handling the officer-involved shooting aspect of this investigation. If you have any questions to them, or our commissioner, the chairman of the board, Bruce Matari, you can, or if you'd like to say anything. Okay.
No, say something here because there's. My name's Bruce Matari. I am the chairman of the board of the county commissioners in Kootenai County. First, I want to extend my most sincerest condolences to the loved ones of the firemen we lost today, and give my prayers to those injured and fighting for their lives. What happened was senseless and tragic beyond words. I also want to highlight the incredible rapid response from Sheriff Norris and his office, and how they rallied quickly with surrounding law enforcement agencies at the local, state, and federal level, and that includes outside the state in Washington. They quickly contained the suspect and prevented him from further harm to others. The response was phenomenal. June 29, 2025 is a day that we will not forget in this community. It is the day evil showed its face, and we lost two outstanding professionals of the highest quality. And I cannot fathom why anyone would commit such a heinous act. This kind of senseless violence is unheard of here, as the sheriff had mentioned. This is not who we are as a community. And when you hear how others portray the people who live here on the news, it's not true. What happened here decades ago is not reflective of the fine people who live here today. And I want everyone to know that this is a wonderful place to live, to raise your family, and visit. It is a place that is comprised of caring and considerate people who look out for each other. And we, this community, will look out for those who are grieving from this tragic loss of their loved ones today. And I ask that the people watching allow time for this community to heal from this unbelievable loss. And that I also want to thank the fact that, the resources are here and that they've been made available at the state level to support our local law enforcement and even at the federal level. It was an outstanding response, and Sheriff Norris and his office deserve all the credit for that. So thank you.
You look like you have one more question. All right.
You said Washington and Idaho first responded, but I thought I saw mutual aid license plates from Montana. Can you comment at all about if Montana delivered any mutual aid?
I believe Montana was on scene also. Yes. Okay.
Sorry, just real quick. Are there any evacuations?
At this time, no. But I encourage you, who haven't signed up for Kootenai Alerts, to make sure that we sign up for Kootenai Alerts. And that is the best way. We did send out an alert for people to shelter in place at this time, if you're in that impacted area. So Kootenai Alerts is a great way to stay informed. Okay, thank you.
And there you have it, guys. We've been on all night. We finally got that press conference, and yeah, so I'm tired. You girls speak. Okay, so thank y'all for coming in. I appreciate it. I already have a video planned for tomorrow. It was supposed to come up today anyway, so I don't know what time I'm gonna have it come up, so definitely turn your notifications on. And if there's any other breaking news, I may go live with it. I don't know, or do a video on it, because I do have some things to do in the morning. Again, I thank you. Appreciate you for being here. Y'all stay safe, stay alert, love on your family, because how they leave, you don't know if they're coming back the same way. So pray over them as they wake up and walk out that door, that they come back in one piece. Take care.